Good evening, council, staff, and members of the public. May I have a mover and seconder to call the meeting to order, please? Councilors Moore and Thompson, that the regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Springwater of September 3rd, 2025 come to order at 6:46 p.m. All those in favor? And that has carried. Please join me if you're able for the singing of O Canada. And council, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, may I have a mover and seconder to call the public meeting to order, please? Councilors Garwood and Alexander, that this public meeting of council held under Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13, as amended for zoning bylaw amendment ZB 2025-004 by N. Franks on behalf of owners of the subject lands be called to order at 6:48 p.m. All those in favor? And that has carried. This meeting of council held under Section 34 of the Planning Act for application ZB 2025-004 2774 Old Second South be called to order at 6:48 p.m. The purpose of the meeting. Welcome to this public meeting of Springwater Township Council held in Section 34 of the Planning Act to give the public an opportunity to express their views in regard to the proposed applications and amendment. The first part of the meeting is to present the proposed application and/or amendments. Following the public meeting, the public will be given an opportunity to make oral submissions through Zoom application or in person. Any person wishing to make an oral submission is to have notified the township prior to 8:30 this morning and been added to the commenters list. If a person or public body who files an appeal of a decision of the Township of Springwater in respect to the Planning Act application does not make oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to the Township of Springwater before the proposed amendments are passed, the Ontario Land Tribunal may dismiss all or part of the appeal. All comments or questions should be addressed through the chair. Oral submissions will be included in the meeting minutes and form part of the public record, including the name and address of the speaker, as information collected under the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. The minutes of the meeting will be posted to the township website. ZB 2025-004 2774 Old Second South. I will now call upon the clerk to confirm the notice of the meeting and the date to which notice was given.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Notice of this public meeting was mailed on the 13th day of August, 2025 to the owner of the subject lands and to the assessed owners of 12 properties in the Township of Springwater within 240 meters of the area to which the proposed amendment would apply, and to all persons and public bodies as prescribed under the Planning Act and its regulations. Notice was posted at the assessed property to which the proposed amendment applies at a location visible from Old Second South. Notice was also posted on the township's website.
Has the planning department received any correspondence in response to the notice of the public meeting?
There have been 5 items of correspondence received for this application. Enbridge Gas in an email dated August 14th, 2025. Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority in an email dated August 15th, 2025. City of Barrie Source Water Protection in a memo dated August 15th, 2025. From the Chief Building Official in a letter dated August 18th, 2025. And from Severin Sound Environmental Association in a letter dated August 18th, 2025. All of these pieces of correspondence can be found on tonight's agenda.
Thank you. I will now call upon Agent Norm Franks, who is online with us this evening, to outline the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment. Welcome, Mr. Franks.
Hello, how you doing? Good. Good evening, Mayor Coughlin, council staff, and members of the public. My name is Norm Franks, and I'm representing the owners of 2774 Old Second Road South regarding the rezoning of 4 consent to sever lots approved by the Committee of Adjustments on June 25th, 2025. Each lot meets the township's minimum frontage and area requirements with NVCA clearance provided. The rezoning simply aligns the zoning with the approved severances so that the lots can proceed to registration and future residential use. We'd appreciate council's support for the rezoning application. Thank you.
I will now call upon the moderator to provide the number of people who have registered to ask questions or make comments on this application.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. There have been no members of the public who have registered to make an oral submission for this application.
Thank you. I will turn to members of the public. Are there any other individuals who are present tonight who would like to make oral submissions regarding this public meeting? I'm not seeing any. I will then turn to council for any comments or questions. Not seeing any. Thank you to all participated in the public meeting with respect to the proposed ZB 2025-004 for 2774 Old Second South application and for showing an interest in the matter. And I would like to point out that Mr. Franks and I attended high school together, and it would be lost on us to think that in Miss McDonald's English class we would be in this situation here this evening. So may I have a mover and seconder to adjourn the public meeting, please? I have Councillor Thompson and Fisher that the meeting of council held under section 34 of the Planning Act, ZB 2025-004, 2774 Old Second South does now adjourn at 6:53 p.m. All those in favor? And that has carried. May I have a mover and seconder for the direction following the public meeting, please? I have Councillors Moore and Councillor Alexander that the report from the planner regarding ZB 2025-004 2774 Old Second South dated September 3rd, 2025 be received, and that bylaw 5410 be presented to council for consideration and approval on September 3rd, subject to comments received during the public meeting. Are there any questions or discussion on this motion? All those in favor? And that has carried. We will now move on to our deputations, and I will now call upon Miss Kate from the Child and Youth Advocacy Center for the Simcoe Muskoka to present. Good evening and welcome.
Staff and public, we're so excited to be able to have this opportunity to present to you.
You can pull up a second chair. You don't need,
Just
we can wait for you. They were,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. We are coming to you today to request funding to support the Child and Youth Advocacy Center of Simcoe Muskoka. We cover the entire region. We do have a presentation. Not sure if it was, there we go. Perfect, thank you. So when a child or youth has experienced violence or exploitation, abuse in any way, shape, or form, they have 3 paths ahead of them. The first path can take them on a path of healing. Second path can take them on a path of re-victimization. And the third path often leads to them becoming offenders themselves. We exist to start that first path, to be the path to healing for children, youth, and their families when they've experienced violence. So at the child, oh, I can't do that. Sorry, I was going, next slide, please. Sorry. At the Child and Youth Advocacy Center, what we do, we exist to be able to give trauma-informed interviews, investigations, and support to families and their children and youth who have been experienced violence, exploitation, or abuse of any form. What happens at our centers is we have a dedicated team. We work with all police services in the Simcoe-Muskoka region, all the child protection services, all the Indigenous agencies in the region, and we support the families from the moment of disclosure all the way through to the end of the court process. When a child, youth, they've said they need to have an investigation into abuse, they come to our centers. So our centers, we have one in Barrie, we have one in Aurelia, and we have a mobile unit to be able to travel around to all the other areas so that travel is not a barrier for our families. And the investigation takes place with both child protection and police at the center at the same time. We provide an advocate to support them, we provide dogs, and we will then connect them to any resources they need to start their healing journey so that they don't have to navigate the very complicated system on their own. Next slide, please. So our region is very, very, very large, as you know. And so it's quite difficult for us to be able to reach everybody, which is why we have the mobile unit. We serve about approximately 400 children a year have come through our centers. That doesn't include, if we were to include all the caregivers and all the supports we give to the rest of the family, that number would be much larger, obviously. But those are the people that we most directly serve. Next slide, please.
We are only getting busier.
We have a short video, and before we start, just so you know, and this is definitely with her, she's permission. Our narrator here is an actual young child or young woman who's come through our center. So at 13 years old, she was brought to our center to do her investigation into familiar child abuse. She was obviously quite terrified. She has become one of the biggest advocates for us. We also know that the Canadian Centre for Child Protection says that when a child or a person who's experienced abuse advocates, their healing is far greater. So she has decided her entire life's purpose is to be able to spread the word about centers like ours and to be able to help people who have been abused. Through the process, the number one thing she said was, you don't know what it's like to have people not believe you and be afraid that at every step of the road, there's a new person in front of me who's not going to believe me. And what she felt and what she experienced through our police services, through our child protection services, through the counseling that we gave her family so that they were able to heal and support her best. We put her through a mentorship program with another advocacy center so that she can speak. But this is one of our projects that she worked on. So this is her introduction to the center. Can you play?
Hey, I heard you're coming to visit us. The Child and Youth Advocacy Center of Simcoe-Muskoka is a place where caring professionals come together to support kids, youth, and families. The CYAC-SM is a safe space where you get to tell your story to police officers and child protection workers. We meet lots of kids here for many different reasons. Here, come in. When you get here, you'll be welcomed by one of our friendly team members. They'll tell you what will happen while you're here and introduce you to another safe adult to talk to. Let me show you around so you know what to expect. You'll explore one of our rooms, sit in our cozy chairs, and talk about being healthy and safe. We even have snacks for you. While you're talking, we collect and record information using cameras to help keep things accurate. One of our facility dogs will be there to snuggle with you and provide comfort as you share your story. At the same time, we will meet with your caregiver to see if they need any resources. If you ever want to talk more about your feelings later, we offer counseling services to help. We also run fun and engaging groups for young people who want to learn more about staying safe. If coming to us isn't possible, we can even come to you. Our mobile unit allows us to bring a dog, camera, and some snacks for you to tell your story in a place close to where you live.
At the CYAC, we want to make sure that everyone gets the help they need so they can start feeling better. We work with a whole team of professionals, and you might see some of us while you're here. We want to make sure that you feel safe, supported, and cared for while at our center.
Sometimes it takes a lot of courage to go to a new place and meet new people. Remember, it's normal and okay to feel nervous, excited, or both. No matter what you're feeling, you have the team at the CYC to support you.
So without us, what's going to happen is you're going to a police station. You are not given any support on how to navigate the system. It's a completely different experience. And we have heard several times that when we had one officer in the other day who had an 18-year-old girl who was there was suspected human trafficking, brought her into the police station to do the investigation, no disclosure. One of the detectives who uses us regularly said, you got to bring her into the CYAC because unfortunately we are not mandated. We're completely nonprofit. We work with all 16 different police detachments by word of mouth, by getting out there, speaking to their chiefs, speaking to their sergeants, doing platoon briefs. You've got to come to us. You've got to come to us. So they brought that kiddo in and she disclosed right away and an arrest was made. And that's one more bad guy off the street. So if you can go to the next slide. We offer all kinds of programs. So we have our advocacy program as described. We also noticed that there was a huge gap in mental health services. A lot of kids and their families were falling through the cracks, especially caregivers. There's not a lot of supports for them when their child has experienced abuse. So we've started our own counseling program. We work with all the other mental health agencies here in Simcoe, Muskoka to make sure that we're not duplicating service, but simply filling that gap when there's a hole and somebody doesn't tick the right box somewhere. We also do prevention education programs for girls, and that's one of the big things that we want to spread. A lot of different municipalities have asked for us to come and do our girls group. It's for girls 12 to 18. We feed them. We do all kinds of, we bribe them with gift cards because they're often a very resistant population. And then we teach them about healthy boundaries, relationships, social media safety, and that we want to spread that. Being a nonprofit, we exist completely with no government core funding. I write a grant a week. I go around and I beg and borrow and try to get as much support for us as possible. At the same time, we are lobbying the federal government to try to get that support. We are a nationwide agency. We are recognized in Europe and fully supported, recognized in the United States and fully supported and mandated. It is a hole here in Canada that needs to be filled. Next slide. So just to get some reality here, a lot of times there's a whole bunch of stats there we can look at how prevalent this is. Especially online exploitation is growing astronomically and becoming a massive issue as they try to weed through what is AI generated images and what isn't. Kids on social media we know is a very slippery slope, so that we see a lot of that. But one of the stats that's not here that is always shocking for everyone is that 67% of all human trafficking cases in Canada happen in our backyard. So from Toronto up to North Bay, that is where 67% happen. We see it all the time. Not always labeled as human trafficking. Often it's the start. But it is a desperate need in our area to support these kiddos. If you receive support and if you receive the counseling and everything you need within the first 90 days, the chances of you having any PTSD or any complex systems that follow you through life are drastically reduced. So again, that's why we exist, to reduce that. Can you go to the next slide, please? One of the other issues we're facing right now is that our caseload is dramatically growing. Our supports are they're desperately needed. Part of it is the outreach and more police officers saying, I'm not going to bring a 4-year-old at 8 o'clock to a police station and do an investigation. I'm going to book the CYC and have a dog and an advocate and snacks and toys and all these supports. And so our need is definitely growing. And like I said, a lot of our programs that we've developed, they're begging for them. I don't have the people or the funds to be able to bring it everywhere that we need it. Next slide, please. And like I said, these are some of the, rent has increased, obviously. We've added the court support program. So now we go right from disclosure all the way to the end of court. So we service and teach people, support people through the entire court process, which is terribly confusing. And without it, they are lost. And so we're really, really looking at approaching as many municipalities. I mean, we service the whole area. We have only one municipality that has, Aurelia has always been very, very generous with us. And that's all. So we are asking for some funds from Springwater to support the kids in this area that we are supporting through the CYC and all the programs that we have. Next slide. I think that's it. Work it. Yeah. Perfect.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. And before I do open up questions from members of council, I'll just have a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Fisher. And at this time, I will turn to members of council for any comments or questions. Councillor Thompson.
Through the chair to Ms. Waugh, thank you for coming, and we didn't get.
Sorry, and I didn't introduce, this is my program manager.
I'm Scott.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
So my first question is, where's the dog?
I know she's actually gone camping for the weekend. So we have 2 dogs, one in Aurelia, one in Barrie, and we're getting a 3rd dog to be able to just dedicate it to the all the mobile services. So
Okay.
I know they are fabulous.
So I in your presentation, I read that you were looking for a $10,000
That's
ask.
correct.
And
Yes.
how did you come to that figure?
We looked at the size of Springwater and how many people we generally would see. Our numbers, our data collection is becoming much more robust as I've spent a lot of money on a new data collection system in our database. So we looked at the numbers, we looked at that compared to Aurelia and what Aurelia gives us, and that's where we came with that figure. Yes.
Councillor Fisher.
Right.
What would be your annual budget right now projected?
We are at about $850,000 for this year.
Follow on.
And how many facilities do you have? I think you mentioned
2 brick and mortar,
Yeah.
and then we have the mobile service that we travel around with because
Yeah.
and we have an MOU with NewPath, so we're allowed to use all of their offices to be able to do investigations or counseling or whatever we need to do.
And our Berry Center is 15 minutes away from this location, door to door.
And we provide we will pay for Ubers, we will do whatever people need to be able to get families to our center or get us to them.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for the fantastic work that you do. I'm familiar with your services
Oh, good.
and just the fantastic work and much needed work that we're very lucky to have folks like you that are in the community and support this very much needed service. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and thank you both for being here. Again, echoing all of council's statements here. I wasn't familiar with your organization, and I think this is a perfect avenue to be able to get that information out there, not only for our residents, but for the public. And I sure hope council also chooses to make an investment into your organization, because I believe it's investing back directly into our community and supporting those that are most vulnerable,
yeah.
that need it the most. I think all of us on council are parents, and we've had the privilege of having wonderful children. So thank you for your work. And I don't know if anyone else has direction to put forward, but I'd be happy to put forward the recommendation of the $10,000.
And before I go to Councillor Thompson, I think as a mom of 3 girls in that age bracket, the 1 in 3 statistic is quite alarming. So
if I may, I was a teacher for 22 years in the system in this area before I started this, and I didn't hear about our agency, and it has existed for 10 years. And so that is also another really big, important thing. People have the right to have their investigations and have the support of us, whether a police officer or child protection service worker uses us or not. So that is, spreading the word is as important as anything else.
but we will, pending this, I see all the hands coming up, and that doesn't happen all the time, but we will get our fierce team of 2 in our communications department to assist you however we can. I will turn to Councillor Thompson.
Well, again, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the time you spent with me this week. It was really informative and helped me understand how important this is and the great work you do. I would propose that we as a council support this initiative, and that we offer you the $10,000 that you're looking for. And I would propose that it be on a basis of 2 years, and have you come back in 2 years and bring a dog. Okay, and that we could revisit it, and that the funding source for this be the Springwater Swing. That's an annual golf tournament that we have, and it would be great if we can work on this partnership, if you could actually come and be part of the swing. So our sponsors, we have some of them here tonight, and they're very generous with the swing. I think it would be, they would see this as a wonderful cause as well. So that would be my proposal, is that the council commit $10 or $10,000 a year for the next 2 years, and that the funding source be the spring.
Thank you so much, Councillor Thompson. That's wonderful.
Counselor, is there any comments or questions on the resolution as it's being proposed? I have this moved by Counselor Thompson and seconded by Counselor Fisher. And that council hereby requests the mayor including a donation of the amount of $10,000 per year for 2 years to the Child and Youth Advocacy Center, Simcoe Muskoka, with funds to be provided from the proceeds of the Springwater Swing Golf Tournament in the 2026-2027 budget. Council, all those in favor? And the amendment has carried. I was going there, but I'm curious if we include correspondence to the 16 municipalities and help advocate. Sorry, council, I know that we've already voted on that. If we could, sorry, sometimes things come to me after they're a little late.
I appreciate it because we are on the docket for a lot of presentations,
That'd be
so.
good. And to add that correspondence be sent to all County of Simcoe municipalities. And council, just for Clerk Marshall's bookkeeping, if we could vote on that again, please. All those in favor? And that has carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
so
very much for your
Thank
time.
you.
Sorry, it came to me after. And at this time, we are going to move on to a presentation from Watson and Associates. Are they virtual? Who are virtual with us this evening? And I will now call upon, is it Josh?
It's Josh.
All right, perfect.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect. And the slideshow is up. Perfect. So thanks again for having us. I'm going to start out this presentation with a bit of a refresher from where we left off back in December of 2024, and then present a couple of 6-ward alternatives that we started to discuss back through that original ward boundary review study. So if we jump into the first slide, just some context of how we came about to where we are today. So again, back in 1994, the incorporation of the township, and then 2013, 2014, the township did a ward boundary review, made some adjustments to wards 1, 2, 3, and 5. And those ward boundaries have been in place ever since. Since 2011 to 2021, the municipality has seen some significant growth, growing to about 21,000 in 2021, which was an increase of just under 20% from 2011. So we undertook this review in 2024, looking at 5-ward composition. We did have 2 final ward options, and we had some discussions about looking at some 6-ward alternatives and what that may look like for the future as population continues to develop within the Midhurst area. If we jump to the next slide, we do look at, through the ward boundary studies and ward boundary reviews across the province, we do look at a number of guiding principles to help design these wards. 2 are related to population, one looking at current population balances between each of the wards, and then the second one is future population, usually looking at 2 to 3 election cycles. In this case, we looked at 10 years to 2034. A couple others here are relatively related. The means of communication and accessibility in the communities of interest, trying to group those communities and those areas of the township that are related to each other and keep them within one ward as a community. And all of these kind of roll up to effective representation. And that's how we really guide our criteria, is trying to provide the best effective representation to each of the citizens of the township. So if we look at the next slide, this slide here is the current ward system. The 5-ward system, we have wards 1 starting in the top, and then 2, 3, 4, or 2, 3 in the center of the township, with 4 and 5 dividing on the south down the Bayfield Street there in Midhurst. What we can see here is Ward 4 currently has a population of just over 7,500. And quite significantly higher than the other 4 remaining wards, being around that 4,000 mark. And when we're looking at the population chart here on the bottom, we can see these pinks, greens, and reds. The pinks are within 5% of that optimal range or that average range, which in this case in 2024 is about 4,800. And we can see that Ward 4 is well above that 4,800 at 7,600. When we look out to 2034, looking out 10 years, we can see that those all go red. And what that is reflecting is population growth or lack of growth in these areas are all outside of that 25% threshold of that new optimal range in 2034 being just under 8,000, with wards 4 and 5 significantly capturing a lot of that population growth, both growing to over 11,000, Ward 4 growing almost to 13,000, while wards 1, 2, and 3 remain relatively stable around that 3,000 to 5,000 mark there. So some very distinct and separation from a population perspective with the existing system. So from this system, we then looked at and provided two final 5-ward options back in December. And if we jump to the next slide here, we do look at these two alternatives that were presented back in December of 2024. And what these two options do show is we can start to balance the population today, but when we look out to 2034, we still see some discrepancies in those population parity metrics with a 5-word system. This final option 1 here, we can see that Ward 3 is currently well below that population threshold and falls into the red. It's about 66% of that variance, but with significant growth expected within that Ward 3 brings it into that variance over that 10-year period. But with doing so, we also see Ward 5 go from pretty well at the optimal range of about 5,000 all the way up to almost 11,000, again, stretching that population parity of those future numbers. When we look at final option 2 here, similarly, we do have a ward well below, and that being Ward 2, the Phelpsden ward there, sitting around 3,400. But what this option shows is we've captured a lot of that significant growth within one ward, and that ward being Ward 5. And as that Ward 5 extends out to 2034, you can see those numbers are well above that 15,000 mark, while that Ward 2 stays relatively stable and remains around 5,100 from a population perspective. And in both of these cases, they're a bit of a catch-up model. We've started to look at some of those population parity discrepancies we see in the existing system. In final option 1, we've started to capture some of that future growth. But in option 2, we also see that there is some discrepancies with that future growth all surrounding that Midhurst area. And from that conversation, we were directed to potentially look at 6-ward options that could be an alternative for that future basis. If we can utilize a current system presented here through the original study with 5-ward system, is there a way that we could evolve the configuration and composition into a 6-ward system to capture some of that population imbalances when we look out to 2034? If we can jump to the next slide here, really just reiterating what we kind of walked through with those final 2 options. Final option 1 provides some good balances and does a lot of the checks for a lot of the guiding principles, except that Midhurst Ward 5 is expected to fall above or well above parity in that 2034 number. Similarly, final option 2 provides some strong population parity in to date and over the shorter term, but with that growth expected within the Midhurst area, a number of those wards would fall outside of that 25% thresholds. And that brings us to the 6-ward alternatives that we are here to chat about a little bit more about today, is identifying plausible 6-ward configurations that ensure balanced future population with the development of the Midhurst secondary plan, and develop a population trigger of when this 6-ward implementation may be a viable option. So we're here today with 2 different alternatives, and if we jump to the next slide, this is the 6-word alternative 1, we're calling it. And it is really based around that final option 1 that we were just looking at, but implements a 6th ward within that Midhurst area that we can see here in that green block in the center of Midhurst there, bounded on the west from Wilson Drive, just Bayfield and just past Mayfield. But what this looks at doing is capturing a 6th ward and redistributing Those three Midhurst wards being wards 3, 4, and 5 in the current final option 1 proposal, and making that into 4 wards, and rebalancing and reconfiguring them so that we have a population parity when we look out to 2034. If we jump to the next slide, alternative number 2 here is significantly different from the final 2 5-ward options that we looked at. But this is a system that looks at really reconfiguring the south of the township, but has some significantly stronger population parity when we look at the 2034 population numbers. Each of the 6 wards here are within that 10% range of that optimal number if implemented. So if we jump to the next slide, we can see kind of a progression in what that population trigger may look like. So if we were to maintain a 5-ward system, whether the current system or one of the 2 recommended options here, we're looking at about a 32,000 population trigger for the township, which would then act as a viable option to implement a 6-ward configuration. And that's really based on that upper threshold of that 25% range. When Midhurst is growing and all the other wards are remaining relatively stable, once we surpass that 32,000 mark, it's expected that that population of those Midhurst wards would exceed that 25% threshold. And in turn, if we could reconfigure or implement a 6-ward system at that time and rebalance those wards with an additional ward configuration in there, we can really start to balance those future numbers out beyond what the 5-ward systems may offer us. From a composition standpoint, there's 2 opportunities here. We can keep the deputy mayor elected at large. This would increase council size to 8. But as we see with a neighboring municipality in Oro Medonte, you could appoint a council member to be deputy mayor from within council, keeping the council at 7 that it's currently at today. So it wouldn't necessarily need a change in composition, just a reconfiguration of how these members are elected. So that is all we had for today's presentation. But if we jump to the next slide, I'm happy to answer and open up to some questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have Councillor Garwood and Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and thank you for the presentation and for coming back with this information. I know I was one of the individuals who had desired to see more data before this council makes a decision. Can you speak to, and this might be a question for the clerk, but either the presenter or the clerk, regarding the timeline associated with making a decision, understanding we are 3 months away from 2026, and I understand that this has to be in place prior to the start of Jan 1 in preparation for the 2026 municipal election. So can we just speak to the timeline associated with council making a decision? Thank you.
I'll turn to Josh. Thank you.
Thanks. So yes, so you're right. These the bylaw has to be implemented before Jan 1 of 2026. And with that being said, there is a 45-day appeal period that is open for an appeal. So that brings us to the middle of November, but that appeal period would be open to the OLT and the OLT scheduling. So the more the buffer you have there, if an appeal is in place, if we do wait into that middle of November number, we might not be able to get it heard at the OLT in advance of that January 1 date.
Thank you. Follow on, Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and thank you for that information. More of a statement than anything. My concerns still exist regarding both of the final options. I believe final option number 1, from a Ward 2 perspective, is almost half of the municipality for geography, which is concerning. Understanding it's also 3 unique communities that would fall within 1 ward councillor. So I still have that same concern. Where final option number 2, my concern that I shared back in April was regarding the future population as to 2034 for Ward 5, which was almost 18,000 comparative to the second largest ward via the projections provided, which would be Ward 1 at almost 6,000. So again, a significant gap there. Now, maybe I do have a question through the mayor to the consultant. Would what I'm understanding now that there's a population trigger option being suggested to council is, should council go with final option number 2, while there is those concerns regarding the comparison between all the other 4 wards and Ward 5, that would be negated in regards to the fact that there would be a trigger, so we would never get to a parity of 11,000 residents from one ward to the next. Is that correct?
I'll turn to you.
That is correct, and that was the intention of that implementation and that trigger, whether that be after the 2030 election or maybe, as we all know, population and growth has kind of been up and down the last 6 to 12 months. We might not reach that number until 2034, but that population trigger is a way to enact that when we do hit a population trigger that starts to see that Ward 5 number reach that higher end of that 25% threshold, that we can come back and review and implement a different system.
Following Councilor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Final follow-on. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's what I assumed. Regarding council composition, I would never support increasing council composition to another member. I think this council unanimously supported the county's reduction in councils. The last thing we need right now is more politicians and an additional burden on the taxpayer. So I believe we should always remain 7. It seems to work now, and if we do the work now, future councils will be best served. So I'll have more to say, but I'll let other members speak.
Councilor Fisher.
Sure. I do agree that it's great information. I think Watson Associates has worked very hard on it. I found particularly as it pertains to Ward 5, my ward, the thought of an eventual sort of trigger population is certainly something that's interesting. I do struggle with it a little bit with the talk of annexation and land going to the city of Barrie, which I'm opposed to. So it does feel like we're discussing something with a bit of a shaky foundation. And I know more than a few people have talked to me about this subject in the frame of annexation. So I find it a little bit hard. Certainly something I couldn't make a decision on tonight, but I do believe that it will play out, and it's certainly of some concern to me.
Turn to other members. Councilors Thompson and then Moore.
So through the chair to the clerk, so if we don't make a decision, we just stay with status quo?
I'll go to Clerk Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. That is correct. And just a reminder that from what I understand, remaining at status quo is also considered a decision and would be appealable.
Councilor Moore.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to the clerk, or maybe to Mr. I forgot your name. Sorry, Josh. What about if we defer this decision for a month? September 30th to us is an important date. And if we were to meet again, October 1st meeting, October 2nd meeting, and discuss it then, are we still within the window? It's before November. Does that still give us enough time?
You're still within the window for the appeal period being before Jan 1. Later we go, the concern would be when it would be able to be heard at the OLT. And as we get closer to that Jan 1 date, Christmas is also built into there as well. So as much buffer zones that we could give us for that appeal period would be beneficial.
Councilor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And on that, and also just to provide clarity, again, this ward boundary review roughly cost the taxpayer $50,000. So this was a significant investment to go down this path. Also understanding the internal resources that have been dedicated towards this, significant opportunity for public feedback and engagement. I don't disagree with Councillor Moore's note about a potential deferral, but I do have concern. I'm not interested in doing nothing. I believe there does need to be an adjustment. Again, I say that understanding that Ward 1 really has not much change. All the options are actually exactly the same for my ward. So I'm looking at the broader township and all wards. So I'd like to see us do something. If that means a deferral, I would be advocating even at that October meeting for there to be a decision regarding either option 1 or option 2, or moving to the 6 wards. But I can see both perspectives.
Counselor Alexander, then Counselor Fisher.
Yeah, I agree with Counselor Moore as well as Counselor Garwood here. I do think a decision needs to be made. I'm not comfortable with doing nothing. We've put a lot of resources into this, and the recommendation is we have to choose one. But I would like us to be able to defer it to that first meeting in October, just so we have a bit better idea of the landscape we're in to help us make the decision.
Right. And before I do go back to Counselor Fisher, I'm just going to ask for a mover and seconder to get it on the floor so that if we choose to have a deferral, we can get that on the floor as well. I just haven't moved. So Counselor Moore and Counselor Fisher. And this is just to get it on the floor. And then we can move at that time to, if there is a motion to defer, I would just be looking for a mover and seconder again, Counselors Fisher and Moore. And this is a motion to defer. CEO Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Also to keep in mind, if this were to come back the first meeting in October, there would not be a bylaw as council wouldn't have made the decision at that point. The bylaw would then be presented at the second meeting in October, which cuts that 45-day period even closer to the January 1st date. So that to be mindful of that as well.
I'm going to defer to Clerk Marshall for specific dates, and then I will go to members.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Yes, so as Deputy CAO Ainsworth indicated, this would come back to the October 1st meeting for some sort of a decision or direction from council. The bylaw would come to the subsequent meeting on October 15th. And from what I can tell, 45 days for the appeal period would bring us to November 29th.
Counselor Alexander, and then Counselor Garwood.
Do we have the opportunity to waive procedural bylaw at that meeting, and so we can vote on it and then have the bylaw pass on October, whatever it is, 1st, 2nd?
I believe that we would need to just ensure public notice as part of that, but I mean, council does have the prerogative to. I'm going to defer to CEO Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. While not conventional, seeing if that would be the will of council, staff could prepare a multitude of bylaws which would represent each of the options. They could be put on the agenda, and then council can select which bylaw. That way it would be open to the public to all of the bylaws that could be considered, and council could select from there.
Not conventional, but can be done. Counselor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Counselor Alexander mentioned exactly what I was going to mention. I guess an alternative to that, which I wouldn't say is the better option, could also be to select an option in the interim, and we wouldn't be passing the bylaw until the 1st, but pending staff's resources and able to provide multiple bylaws, I guess it really would just be 2 or 3 bylaws if there's no decision. So I guess that could be lengthy, but I do believe that that's probably the best option. If there is concern and we're not going to come to a consensus tonight, I don't want to see this die over 14 days.
Thank you. And I will then again turn to Clerk Ainsworth, and maybe we can deal with that at a subsequent meeting should it occur. Understanding what's being proposed before this council today is 81 properties, which is, if we use the number of 3, 248 people, which really does not influence any of the wards. Also, if there is, we understand that there is a decision to be made, but ratification from the province has been indicated to happen during the month of October. We have not received any indication that this council will understand a minister's order until November. So being mindful of that, this is our choice, and we can wait and see if that does happen. But just to be mindful that we may find ourselves in this exact position again in a few weeks. Let's hope for the best. Counselor Moore.
Thank you. It just makes more sense in my mind if I can make a decision at the first meeting in October and I understand more fully what it is that we're facing. I think that it's only a couple of weeks. So.
We have a motion to defer, and I do have that moved by Councilors Fisher and Moore. Council motion to defer. All those in favor? And that has carried. And at this time, we will move on to our question period. Clerk Marshall, have there been any submissions received for question period?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So in the summer months, we did receive a request from Mr. Mike Harris, and I'm not sure if he is, we hadn't heard a follow-up from him and I don't see him in the audience. So we will.
I'm just going to request that we
Yep.
check to see if he's virtual before.
So he's not virtual either. So if he comes in, he can come up for question period. The next one I have is also,
and I do apologize again. I just typically I do thank our consultants for joining us, and I didn't do so. So I see you waiting there, being like, "Do I leave? Do I not leave?" So thank you very much for being with us this evening, and we will see you again in October.
Thanks, everyone.
My apologies, Clerk Marshall.
Thank you. So again, we have a written submission that was came in the summer, dated July 8th, that was requested that I read it on their behalf. So this is from Mr. John Spring. Mr. Matt Garwood, Councillor for Ward 1, Springwater Township. It is with great disappointment that I feel compelled to write this letter to you. I sat in the gallery of the council chambers and watched as you voted to reject the acceptance of a letter from the Simcoe County Federation of Agricultural President David Ritchie on July 2nd, 2025. I was taken aback that a councillor who has voiced unwavering support for agricultural in Springwater Township would do such a thing. The letter itself was rejecting the proposed annexation bid from Barrie. You have stated that you do not want to see annexation of Springwater Township land by Barrie take place. Therefore, may I ask, what is your issue to prompt your action? The rest of the letter talks about the fragility of food producing land in Ontario and its alarming disappearance. Do you not concur with the facts being stated in this letter? It appears to me that you are unsure about what is good for our township and what steps must be taken to preserve its integrity. You were elected in Ward 1 that is predominantly agricultural in nature. Agriculture is by far its biggest industry. Why is it that I feel you talk of your support for agriculture, but act in ways that do not fully support it? The letter that you voted not to accept would have been a validation of your support for agriculture and your opposition to annexation. So what is it? Where do you stand? The people below are also wondering about your actions at that council meeting. And this letter is accompanied by approximately 32 other signatures.
Thank you, Clerk Marshall. Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. May I provide a quick response? I know it's not
Thank
the
you.
usual. Thank you for the question, Mr. Spring. I understand your concerns. Let me be very clear. My commitment to this township, to agriculture, and to our future has never wavered. The proposed boundary adjustment is a complex and inevitably a consequential matter. I fully recognize that. My support for agriculture and my dedication to Springwater are lifelong, and that will never change. I've always stood by my principles and have taken responsibility when necessary. That remains true today. I respect your perspective and appreciate your continued engagement in this important discussion. I will follow up with a formal written response following the meeting.
Clerk Marshall, are there any other questions received?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. There was one more written submission that I was asked to read aloud. So this is actually addressed to Mayor Coughlin. I'm writing to you with the hopes that you will share my email with all of council members. This is in regards to motion, item on the agenda 14.1 regarding the community safety zones. My family supports Mr. Thompson's motion to designate a section of Gill Road as a community safety zone. My family has owned property on Gill since 1976 and built our home in 1983. I moved back home to care for my mom when our father passed away almost 15 years ago. We significantly renovated her home and moved my family of 5 to Gill Road. This has been our permanent home ever since. During that time, we have seen an increase in the number of vehicles using Gill as if it were a highway. We are a neighborhood, and in rural settings, that means our neighborhood is different than urban. We are a straight line of homes with Hillview adjoining. We walk our dogs, push baby strollers, and have our kids learn to ride their bikes in our neighborhood on Gill Road. This area needs to be marked as a community safety zone with the hope it will deter drivers from using this as the Daytona 500. We are especially concerned with the increase in traffic and associated high speeds when the subdivision at the south end of Gill is completed. Please support this motion. This is our home. Help keep us safe. Thank you. Donna and Mike, and I hope I say this right, Danieluk of 1430 Gill Road.
Thank you, Clerk Marshall. Any further correspondence received? Not seeing any, I can now turn to members of the public for a question period. Good evening, Mr. Spring. Just your name and address, please.
In the private business world, this would be considered a major blunder by the company that did this. The CEO would have to answer to the board of directors and the shareholders, in this case, councillors and taxpayers, for this misstep. The CEO would be considered responsible for the map as it went out. Saying you didn't know about it is not a legitimate answer. It only highlights that the CEO is not doing their job and is not in full control of the response to this matter. The only other explanation is that the CEO, the mayor in this case, okayed it because she agreed with it and told staff to release it. Madam Mayor, you are the CEO of the Corporation of Springwater Township, and the councillors are the board of directors. You as mayor are responsible for anything that goes on regarding the business of this corporation. This action is unforgivable, has shaken the confidence of a vast number of taxpayers in Springwater Township with their mayor's ability to conduct any talks with Barrie and protect our interest. You have lost the confidence of our council and the majority of the Springwater taxpayers. Most Springwater residents do not want any land given up to Barrie. I call on you to do the right thing. Accept the responsibility of this event and resign your seat on this council. It appears to almost everyone that you are not acting in the interest of Springwater Township. Also, the mayor has stated that she does not want to see any more houses built in Springwater Township. I therefore ask her why she insists she needs strong mayor powers when she was given them to build houses and infrastructure more quickly in the township. I would also like the council to give the gallery a show of hands as to who is not in favor of giving up land in Barrie, regardless of any compensation that they have offered to date. This will give the taxpayers of Springwater a very good idea who to blame for the dismantling of the township as we know it today. Thank you.
Thank you. As far as the first statement made that I do not know about it, I don't know where you're pulling that quote from, Mr. Spring, but I have never suggested that I don't know about something. Secondly, I have absolutely stated that I will not support any homes in addition to the Midhurst secondary plan. That has been very clear, and I have had very difficult discussions with very significant and supportive landowners and developers in this area. To suggest that the decisions I'm making are of self-interest and not in the best interest of this township, this has been the absolute most difficult 18 months of my life. And I continue to make every single decision that I'm making in the best interest of the township and not in the best interest of us for today or tomorrow. It's for the foreseeable future. The planning horizon that we're using today is marked out past 2031, 2051, now moving to 2061. So decisions that are made through this negotiation need to take into consideration what it looks like today and what it's going to look like in 2061. So while I can understand that there is frustration from residents when things are open and then they're pulled back into closed, and then they're made open through strong mayors, and then they're pulled back into closed through the facilitated process. I too am frustrated from that. I wish that we had the ability to make all information public. But I assure you, Mr. Spring, as I have for the last decade and will continue to do, every decision I make, whether it's through strong mayors or forced to be used through strong mayors, will be for my children, your children, our grandchildren, not me personally.
May I give a rebuttal?
The floor is yours.
You are on record as saying that you are against building any more houses in Springwater Township. I just didn't pull that out of the air.
That is an expansion to the
you
Midhurst
say
secondary plan. You are
That
correct.
is the main reason for strong mayor powers in Springwater Township. It certainly was.
Mr.
Why
Spring,
is it that you continue to cling to strong mayor powers when you don't want to fulfill the main reason that it was given to you?
and I'm just out of curiosity, Mr. Spring, is your understanding that strong mayor powers were individually given to me as an individual mayor based on negotiations with the city of Barrie?
Strong mayor powers were given to many municipalities in a blanket form, and that's how you got it.
That is correct, sir.
Yes,
Had nothing to do with the negotiations with the city of Barrie.
I know, I realize that. But you have said it was given to the municipalities to get houses built and infrastructure to support them. You say you don't want the houses.
Correct.
So why are you clinging to strong mayor powers?
Correct. And you are
And
correct that I do
who is
believe.
responsible for the release of the map that shows more land than what Barry originally wanted? Somebody's responsible. You're the mayor.
Yes, sir.
You're responsible.
Yes, sir. And I take full responsibility as this has been thrown on to me with strong mayors. You are absolutely
So
right.
don't you realize that you have shaken the confidence of the Springwater
No,
taxpayer?
no, sir, I don't.
Well, then you're not doing your job properly.
I do understand that there are members of this public that disagree with the process that I have taken and the continued steps that I take throughout this negotiation. I understand, sir, that
Actually,
there
it's a
are.
majority of taxpayers of this township that disagree with your actions.
Mr. Spring, I do appreciate your continued engagement, and I do understand that we have disagreed since the day I did not vote to pave your road. I understand that.
Actually, that has nothing to do.
I do understand that.
And you know it.
I
I want to thank you for allowing me to speak after the initial. That was very kind of you.
And I do appreciate that while we do continue to disagree, I would like to thank you for your continued quorum or your decorum in this chamber. The communication that I've received while we completely disagree has always been respectful and understandable, which is not always the case amongst residents. So, Mr. Spring,
Pardon me, was not always the case when?
from other residents. There are times where as political officials, we receive letters that might have some slander or swear words in it, and that has never been the case for you. I'm simply thanking you for your continued decorum and respect for the chamber that you are speaking in. Councillor Fisher, if this is,
I believe Mr. Spring had a question for us at the end of his, and I'd like him to re-ask it, but before I do, I'd like to say, you're talking about 2061. Springwater won't exist in 2061 if we go down this path. So that's a fallacy that we're doing this for our kids. There won't be a Springwater if we go down this path. I've said it multiple times that, Springwater used to be down at Cundall's. We used to have the Georgian Mall. So if we go down this path, it will just continue to erode. So let's not tell people that. And I think that many people in the public are talking about the videos that are circulating where Mr. Nuttall, and I think you make reference to this, Mr. Nuttall is talking about pieces of land that I know this council didn't put on that map. So that is a legitimate question. But if you wouldn't mind, the last part of, you asked a question of council, Mr.
Yeah,
Spring?
I asked this question in the spring and never did get a reply. I said that the mayor stated that she does not want to see any more houses built in Springwater. I therefore asked her why she insists she needs strong mayor powers when she was given them to build houses and infrastructure. Now, the mayor touched on it, but I asked it in the spring and never did get a reply.
And I will pull up the email reply that you did receive.
I received a reply about another question that I
Okay.
asked after I phoned a couple of times.
Okay. As for the additional population, as we are very much aware, the Midhurst secondary plan as it stands today is an additional 10,000 homes in Springwater Township. I will defer to our staff to establish how many of those homes have been built today. Planner Russell?
Mayor Coughlin.
Sorry, Director Russell.
No worries. Mayor Coughlin, the mixed subdivision 1A is well established. There are about 334 homes in there.
So of the 10,000 homes, 334, 334 of those homes have been built today. As you will recall, about a decade
What
ago,
was the target for homes?
10,000.
Well short.
Correct. So I do not understand why this council would contemplate expanding the size of the Midhurst secondary plan until the 10,000 homes are well underway. There was much opposition to the original Midhurst secondary plan, and for a council to simply just double it in size, I question that, and I will not support it, because to me, let's build the homes that are already on the books. Let's build the infrastructure. I have continued since day one. The very first election that I had in this township was in support of the Midhurst secondary plan, and I have never wavered my support of the Midhurst secondary plan. But until such point that an additional expansion inside the Midhurst secondary plan or additional expansion lands is triggered, I don't find it to be responsible for this council to just simply double it.
Behind that, strong mayor's powers were given to build houses. Though it wasn't given just to get, for building in the secondary plan. It was to build houses, period. So you're hiding behind that.
I'm Mr. And this is always very difficult, because when I do end a conversation out of respect for the chamber, it makes it look like I'm trying to hide something. I fully look forward to these conversations and have no problem having them. As I stated at the beginning of this conversation, negotiations with the city of Barrie have been consuming to this council, this staff, and this community. The idea that I am acting in bad faith, am not making decisions in the best interest of this township, continued to be challenged, whether it's through FOIs, through integrity commissioner reports, or whatever fake news YouTube channels people are putting out. And nothing is coming back because there's nothing to find. I know it's complexing to people that someone wakes up every day genuinely wanting to do their job and create a sustainable and prosperous township for generations to come. While some of us believe we're not going to exist, I'm not going to work in that mind frame. I will continue to advocate for Springwater. I will continue to absorb ideas of bringing on the Forbes Road, of creating economic drivers that are just simply going to make us all benefit. I will continue to do that. And I will continue to sit here, and I will continue to look you in the eyes, and I will continue to answer you. But at some point, sir, I do need to respect our procedural bylaw. And if council wants to waive it and we can just sit here and have the
The taxpayers of Springwater have the right to know, since you're advocating for Springwater, who made that mistake on those maps? Who did it?
And while I do see that there are 10 people here this evening very concerned about that, there are 20,000 people that have not called me, that are not concerned,
Well,
that
that doesn't
understand
mean
this,
anything.
and they're,
If 20,000 people called you, you wouldn't have time to come to this meeting tonight. They're depending on
you're
me
not,
to ask
you are,
who did it.
yes, and they also have showed support.
So who
And,
did it?
and they've put support in me.
Who did it?
And again, sorry, if you could repeat the question, who did,
Who put those extra parcels of land on the map that Mayor Nuttall received and said that there was more land on it than what they originally asked for? Who did it?
yes. Can you turn to the screen to see if there's anyone attending virtually, please? Mr. Spring, out of grave respect, would you be willing to come to the next meeting of council and ask that question when Deputy Mayor Cabral and I are together? Because I am
Why
not,
can't you answer it?
because I'm not prepared to put words. It's going to look like when I say that specific areas through negotiations were offered, and when someone's not here to defend themselves, I don't feel that to be appropriate. So
But-
from that, you can take that maybe there was areas that were offered by
You're
some
the
members of
state-
councils and other
You
members.
can have the answer like that.
Yes, and if you would like me to offer that, sorry, that was my answer. The Miller Drive area, which is right now, homes that are consisting, portions of the homes are in Springwater and out of Springwater. Right now, operationally, we send staff into Barrie. We drive across Barrie roads to go and perform operations on those lands. Those lands we considered housekeeping. To me, it makes sense to
Okay,
draw
so
those lines.
I can expect an answer as to who put those parcels on that map the next meeting. I can expect a 100% answer who did.
There, Mr. Spring, absolutely are areas of a map that I suggested be included. Donut holes that
So
were
it
being
was
lit
you that
out.
suggested that they be put on?
I have never suggested that it wasn't,
That's what you
sir.
just said.
Okay, for those in the back who are not. Mr. Doyle, would you like to put your camera on record here, sir? Throughout the negotiations, these negotiations have been ongoing for 2 years.
Mhm.
The original mapping was 3 areas to which there was 2 donut holes. One from behind Staples over to Barrie Golf and Country, and 2 from the westernly portion over to Sunnydale. Both of those areas were identified as significant to the city of Barrie, one through a expansion of dumplands. A second was leaving 2 donut holes. And as you are very well aware and was brought up tonight, the Georgian Mall lands were annexed 20 years before the Innisfil lands. These lands, this planning horizon is being brought forward 30 to 50 years out. Suggesting that we address today and push off to tomorrow what is going to become tomorrow's problem, yes, sir. I absolutely suggested, why are we not including these lands today? And those were 2 very specific holes
Okay, so it was you. Thank you. You've answered the question.
in conjunction with our planning department, our then CAO, and our deputy mayor, who all had comments and questions as to what that looked like. Then the process became facilitated, and the facilitated process drew a line around the entirety of the city of Barrie, which encompassed all lands. So
Okay,
yes,
as I've
the
answered-
province,
As I understand.
myself, the deputy mayor, staff, previous staff, the province and the city of Barrie, and many, many landowners who lost faith in this township's ability to service their lands and to simply issue a building permit, requested the city of Barrie. So it's coming from individual landowners, myself, the deputy mayor, staff, the city of Barrie, the province, through a 2-year process. You are correct. But if you would like to only hear me, I'm fine with that as well.
But I wanted to know who was responsible, and you've just answered it. You said it was you that suggested it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me extra time and speaking back. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Council, I am being mindful that this is all part and parcel. Members of council are wanting to speak to this, so here we go. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Thompson, Council.
Yeah, Mayor Cogman, with all due respect, I think that was spinning around in circles. It wasn't a true answer. First of all, to say that because 20,000 people here are not here and only 10 are in the audience, I think that's being dismissive. This is a sample of the public, and you know, I think you and I both know that people don't often pay attention until the 11th hour. It's an unfortunate thing, but it does affect 20,000 people, regardless of whether there's 10 people by your estimation in the audience or not. This is not 6, 10, 12, I don't care. These are people that do matter. And frankly, I can tell you as a counselor, far more people are not in favor of annexation, and they are wondering who put, to Mr. Spring's question, they are wondering who put those additional, because I can tell you as a counselor, I didn't. I don't think any of my other counselors did, put those on the map and offer them to the city of Barrie when they didn't even ask for it. So I think it's a very legitimate question, and it's disappointing that even as an elected official, I did not put that forward. I am vehemently opposed to it. We call this a negotiation, guys. This is not a negotiation. What a joke. It's the furthest thing from it. We're being railroaded. We're being railroaded by people close to us, and we're being railroaded by people in the city of Barrie. So to call it a negotiation is to make it seem like you have a choice. You have advocates here. Well, you do have advocates here, but we're handcuffed. So this is far from being a negotiation. And what kind of negotiation would it be, right, if our side offered them pieces of land that they didn't even ask for? That's not a negotiation, right? You're being railroaded. So, and by the way, the 10,000 homes that are coming, as I've said this before, it's a tired narrative, right? If we give up that land, Barrie's going to build them on your doorstep anyway, and you're going to have no control over it. You're not going to get the tax revenue, right? So wake up. Don't listen to that stuff. There will be growth. That's something we can all agree on. All of us agree on that. There will be growth whether we like it or not. Do we want to control that growth, right? Do we want to have a say in it? Do we want a made in Springwater solution? We can provide that. But giving it up to the city of Barrie for them to build those houses anyway, take away your tax revenue, take away your DCs, right? Development charges, take away any potential growth, and then to sit back and say, we're doing this for our future. We're sealing our fate, right? We're sending away our future. Don't fall for it. It's a silly shell game.
I lost track. I think I said Thompson, then Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So, Mr. Spring, to your question, I thank you for coming tonight. And I just want to, I guess not correct you, but clarify you. You mentioned that she has lost the faith of council. I want to be very clear that I have complete confidence in Mayor Coughlin and the job she's doing. I have never in my 3 years on council see her do anything but act in the best interests of the residents of Springwater. I want to be very clear on that. Now, with regards to who put different parcels of land on the map, I've done a little bit of research. I'm prepared to speak to it right now if Mayor Coughlin would permit me, but I was waiting to hear Deputy Mayor Cabral had a motion tonight that really addressed this. So I'm happy to wait for my research and presentation when he presents his motion, or if you would like the answers tonight, I would be delighted to offer that as well. But Mayor Coughlin, it's really your call.
Councillor Thompson, if you're willing to repeat it, and again, just being mindful that we do have a notice of motion this evening. If it is deferred to the next meeting, we can speak to the same issues again.
So from what I can see, there's basically 4 parcels of land. Now, as Mayor Coughlin said, there are a little bit of, there's donut holes. There's Rick Crook here tonight that has one of those donut holes. It's a little piece of land sitting in behind the Remington Group. That kind of got, Paul Jr. Sadlin's here again, and I think Sean Mason has one as well. And there are other small pockets of land throughout these sections of land that when there's a boundary adjustment, they're going to be caught up in it, because you're not going to do what they did on Miller years ago, where there's half of a property in the city of Barrie and half of a property in the township of Springwater. So the first area I'd like to address is the Bayfield lands. So basically the Sadlin lands and the Remington lands. And it's pretty clear to me, and it should be clear to everybody, how those lands got on a map. They got on a map because we went to the city of Barrie. We approved 2 MZOs without water and wastewater servicing. So we went to the city of Barrie because at that time, the Midhurst Landowners Group wasn't interested. They actually sent us a letter saying that they didn't have capacity for those 2 groups of land. We received a letter saying that they weren't allocated in the water and wastewater treatment plant. So we, of our own initiative, went to the city of Barrie. So first and foremost, we went to the city of Barrie first and put that section of land on the map. So yes, that was Springwater, and that's all of us, because we were unanimous in that. All right, so if you'd just let me finish, okay, I listened to you while you spoke. So if you'd let me finish my presentation as to what I've uncovered and found out. Okay, secondly, the Highway 400 and Little Lake lands. In response to our presentation to the city of Barrie for water and wastewater, they came back to us and said, we would like those lands in return because they're very expensive. So at that point, the city of Barrie put on the 400 corridor as well as Little Lake. Now, in speaking to Mayor Nuttall when he was here, he said we had some, our planning department and Deputy Mayor Cabral and Mayor Coughlin had some say with regards to the boundary, the north boundary of those lands, but those lands were put on by the city of Barrie. The next group of lands, which is the number 3 group that I would speak to, is Highway 90 and Miller Drive. Those lands, and I spoke directly with Mayor Nuttall because this video has been floating around of his the Barrie Council meeting where he stated clearly that all the lands weren't put on by the city of Barrie. Some of the lands were put on by Springwater. Those lands specifically, and I spoke more than to Mayor Nuttall, were put on Deputy Mayor Cabral. Now, I didn't want to speak to it tonight because he's not here, but they were very clear. I've spoken to several people that were in that meeting, and not only did Deputy Mayor put those lands on the map, he made a business case for it, a business case that I agreed with, simply because those lands were off the far east part of our township. We've got to provide garbage pickup. We've got to provide snowplow removal, and it was just that boundary was not done very well in the first place. So again, according to what I've uncovered and what I've been told by multiple sources in that meeting, I wasn't there, that Deputy Mayor from Springwater put that section of land on the map. Now, you'll notice that it's off now. It's off now because Barrie really wasn't interested in that land. And as they've adjusted the boundaries, that land has come off. The fourth land that has been most interesting to me is the Sunnydale Wilson Road lands. So who put those on the map and how did this occur to be on the map? So I've kind of dug back and there's a timeline for this. So on September the 1st, 2021, this was before this council was elected, a group of business owners came and presented to council and they presented what was called the Springwater Business Park. It was 75 acres of industrial lands, and they were looking for council support to go to the province for an MZO. And this was originally endorsed by all of council because they were serving this development up on a silver platter. This silver platter included $1.7 million in new property taxes for, not residential property taxes, industrial property taxes for our residents, along with $15 million in development charges. This is all public record. This is when TNR Doors was trying to locate in Springwater Township. And they had also letters of intent of 6 other businesses that wanted to relocate here because they could not find suitable land in the city of Barrie. For some reason, and I spoke to the developers, they don't know the exact reason, but 4 members of council broke rank and decided that they weren't going to support that MZO. And at that point, those business owners gave up on developing in Springwater. On January 3rd, 2022, they sent a letter to the Honorable Steve Clark, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. They sent it to the province stating that Springwater wasn't interested in this development, and in the interests of the best interests of the province, the best interests of the township, and the best interest in the city of Barrie, that they propose, and this letter was again signed by this group, that the province consider a boundary adjustment. And that's the first that I've been able to uncover. So even though this was the last piece of land that went on this map, it was really the first piece, because Springwater had the opportunity to develop it. And this didn't even involve Mayor Nuttall, because he wasn't even the mayor at that time. This is before he was elected. So this would have been with Mayor Lehman. So the next thing that I can uncover was when Mayor Nuttall in November, shortly after we went to the city of Barrie to look for cross-border servicing, they went to the Standing Committee on Heritage, Infrastructure, and Cultural Policy to make a case for these landowners to actually begin the annexation process. And this letter was, oh goodness, it was signed by all 9 landowners in this area that's shown of the Springwater Ferndale. And that's really the first time that I could see a map. Everybody wonders where this map came from. That was, for me, the very first rendition of this map was when these landowners were stonewalled by the council of the day. Which
Point of order. I'm sorry.
just I don't interrupt you.
That map is not
He-
related to the map we're talking about.
Absolutely it is.
Fisher
If you want an answer, I didn't interrupt you. I've listened to you long.
I can't listen
Well,
to lies.
point of order. Like,
Well, I called point of order.
well, but
Okay.
you're wrong. I'm
Gentlemen,
not saying lies. This is factual.
previous,
No,
like,
it's
we're
not.
absolutely going to be taking a break as soon as we get through this.
Okay? Mr. Springwater, he came
Gentlemen,
looking for an
And
answer.
I do appreciate it. Councillors Thompson and Councillor Fisher, to suggest how maps came into play, we don't get to choose.
Yeah.
We are talking about maps that have been in play for 2 years. This discussion has been going on for 2 years. I will,
No, I'm sorry. He's relating it to.
nobody has approved a map, and that is fine. Councillor Thompson, I appreciate the work that you have done in this. Council, I am going to ask, this will come up again. Deputy Mayor Cabral has not rejoined the meeting. This conversation is going to happen again. And with all due respect for the position of our deputy mayor and understanding residents have asked questions, we're still in question period. I would like to suggest that we table this conversation for when Deputy Mayor Cabral is here, when he's able,
Absolutely.
which is what I said at the beginning of the
She
conversation.
didn't want, yeah.
But I don't think that your intent is to suggest slander at this table, Councillor Fisher, because that would be out of order and against your code of conduct. So what I'm going to suggest is that we table this conversation, we move on to the next questions from members, and that we afford the deputy mayor the opportunity. He has a notice of motion that I'm assuming he will, if he's not joining us virtually this evening, will want to bring and have deferred to the next meeting. Councillors, I had Councillor Alexander next and Councillor Garwood to follow, and I'm sure there'll be many more hands unless we're willing. I know there's been a lot said, and if we would, Councillors Alexander and Garwood, I appreciate that you did not have an opportunity to speak tonight. If you would like a couple minutes to highlight some, but I'm going to ask members of council that have had an opportunity to speak tonight that we allow the members that haven't to have a say and fairness, and then we table this conversation for when the deputy mayor is available to be with us. Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I'll remain brief. I'm going to just quickly, the first map that you saw when Mayor Nuttall presented to the standing committee. He presented us a map 4 weeks before that. So as always, sometimes your facts are questionable, Councillor Thompson. They are. You want to call point? No?
Mayor Coughlin, I'd love to be able to finish my presentation.
I'm keeping my brief. The only other thing I have to say is it is very uncomfortable up here sometimes, and I understand that, and I understand that your motives are questioned, and I understand that's hard, but you need to understand, from my perspective, sitting at this table, I am just learning how pieces of property ended up on that map. There was no transparency with this council as to what was occurring, and it's not fair to not be transparent to the public, understanding that certain things need to remain enclosed. I get that, but to not be transparent with your own council, it does not allow us to do our jobs.
Councillor Garwood.
Witnessed a lot at this table in 3 years, and I think this is the most embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I'm not here to talk. I'm not going to talk about maps today. I'm not going to start screaming at each other. That gets us nowhere, guys. Nowhere.
Okay, point of order. I'm not gonna be chastised by you again. You do this every time.
Councillor Fisher, he didn't even say anything.
No, this is what.
Oh my gosh, he didn't even like open. You know what? I'm.
What do you have, Paul?
This is not a performance. Councillor Garwood has the microphone. He didn't say anything. He didn't accuse anybody of malfeasance or of lying or of. He's making a statement, and just because you don't like what's up. Again. Councillor Garwood, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Before I was rudely interrupted, the reality is that this often looks like a reality TV show. And that is the joke. We are often, I'm not speaking to one member, I'm speaking to 7, the butt of that joke over and over and over again. Tonight does not help. I get it. I love the passion. I love that we want to fight for what's important to each of our respective wards and positions. I don't disagree with that perspective, but there's a way to do it. I feel like I've had this talk multiple times this term. I'm the youngest one at the table, but I feel like often I act like the oldest. This is not something that is beneficial or helpful. I do not make statements at this table for claps from the audience. I make statements that are going to be helpful. And while somebody might disagree, there is a way in which that we can respect the offices in which we hold, and we can do so with decorum. That is the path forward here. We are doing ourselves and our residents a disservice when we fight each other. We have a significant matter in front of us. I'm repeating myself once again, over and over and over again. Let's not fight each other. Let's not throw accusations. We can disagree on perspective and a path forward and a future. Not everyone here got into this for the right reasons. I said this to another member of council this evening. Let's remember why we did that 3 years ago and stop playing politics. We have far too much in front of us. Mayor Coughlin, I won't continue any further, respecting the time and the decorum of this chamber.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of council, from members of the public during question period? Mr. Sales.
Well,
And just your name and address, please.
James Sales, 29 Fred Boulevard, Midhurst. You know, I've been coming to council for a number of years. I spent 44 and a half years working for municipalities in Alberta and Ontario. I worked at all kinds of jobs. I've been a general manager for a city commissioner, fire chief. And in these roles, I reported for 26 years in 4 different communities directly to council. And I have to say, this group is the most disappointing group I've ever seen in your performance of your duties. It's sad sometimes. I know you're trying, but my goodness, you got to try a bit harder. The whole process and the negotiations with Barry, and I worked as a general manager in Barry, and I was part of the team that negotiated part of the Innisfil land, so I'm very familiar. I've done the same in Alberta, I've done the same in other communities. But in Springwater, I caution all of you, when you start to grow, you're going to have costs like you've never seen before. Municipal growth, residential growth will not pay for itself. Any consultant in this country will tell you that. Every single home you build will cost the existing taxpayers. It'll be on their backs as well without industrial lands, without industrial property that has a higher tax rate and less service requirements. As you start to grow, groups like your volunteer fire service are already getting pushed to the limit. One single crew, one crew in one station will require a minimum of 21 full-time staff. Will you start adding the cost up to provide those services? If you've only got residential properties, it will become unaffordable, not just for the new owners, but for existing owners of all properties. So I would caution you to really look carefully at what the proposal from Barry is and determine the long-range impacts. There will be impacts. And once that land is gone, there is no place else. Where are you going to put industry? How are you going to end up financing this community? And people in the crowd, all of us are going to end up paying more, a lot more. And not a few thousand, probably 60% more over time. That's typically what happens. In Alberta, I was in one of the largest growth communities because of oil and gas. We tripled in just over 5 years. It was a nightmare. I worked in Markham as a city commissioner for 8 years and lived through the growth challenges and the financial challenges. I saw a surplus of $360 million disappear in under 5 years because of growth. Too much residential, nothing else. I don't think you've got that kind of surplus to deal with. How are you going to cope? And taxpayers, you know what's difficult. I've heard you say it's challenging enough. If people start getting hit with these increases, it will be a lot more challenging. So be cautious and listen to the consultants, listen to your staff. I've never in my entire career ever saw a council negotiate on their own without staff engagement and involvement. Staff have the years of experience, have the technical qualifications. They are needed and necessary. Use them. Good luck. You're going to need it.
Thank you. Are any further questions from members of the public? I'll wait till you're at the microphones, Mr. Crook.
Everybody had a nice summer. Speaking.
Mr. Crook, just your name and address,
Oh,
please.
my name is Rick Crook and I live at 716 St. Vincent Street. My first question was to Deputy Mayor Cabral. Where is he anyway? He was here earlier.
He was, and often we have personal and.
Okay.
Thank
Because I was
you.
going to ask the question because he spearheaded it, why council amended the MZO for the Sadler and the Remington properties, which slows everything down, costs everybody a lot more money. So I was wondering why they were doing that. And basically, the only person that would benefit from this is the owner of the sewer plant. So that was my question, was why? And I don't know if anybody has the answer. Why, Phil? Councilor.
Turn off the volume. Unfortunately, the microphones at this table are absolutely horrid, and I do apologize for that. And at future meetings, we do have AED or AOD standard headphones that are available for people who require that. And it's my apologies that hasn't been offered. You are not wrong. These mics are horrible and we've had the same problem for numerous years. So there are times where there's people that I also feel like I can't hear what's being said, but it's not to the discretion of the presenter. It's simply our equipment. So I think that we maybe can make a note to
My
have the
question,
handheld.
I'll repeat the question. The question was, why did they amend the MZO that they had approved for the Sadland and Remington properties? Which is obviously going to make it more expensive for Sadland and Remington, and more expensive and more time consuming, and a project that's going to happen somewhere down the line. And it seems the only people that are benefiting from this is the owners of the sewer plant. You got that? Welcome.
I'm not in a position to answer that question this evening. I feel like that is, I'm going to say loaded. I don't, and I also, if you would like to submit it in writing, we can have our CAO provide technical response. And I see a lot of people putting their heads down and somebody putting their hands up. So Councillor Fisher, briefly.
Yeah, I'll make it quick, and actually to Mr. Sale's point, relying on our in-house expertise would probably answer that question for you. But I did want to say, sorry, I have a bit of an echo there. I did want to say that in no way was I not in support of those MZOs. As a matter of fact, in a previous meeting, we were talking about that. I'm in absolute support of the Remington and Sadland projects, absolute support of them. I just want them to be serviced in Barrie, right? I want sorry.
You said
sorry.
If you could
Alex,
repeat-
Springwater. I've heard of Springwater.
Sorry, Alex, that's a no.
All you want is the.
Well, let's talk
is
about
the flow to the private sewer plant is what you want. Everything you want is that the sewers to flow to the private sewer plant.
I do want a made in Springwater solution. And I just want yourself, Remington, Sadland, anyone who's asking. I'm in complete support. As a matter of fact, I want Bayfield Street to experience growth. And frankly, going back once again to Mr. Sale's point, that we can't rely on residential growth alone. So growth on Bayfield Street and in certain industrial areas is absolutely imperative. But I believe that if we simply look at servicing through Barrie at the top of Bayfield Street, we're going to miss a major opportunity. So, Mr. Crook, I love it when you come to council. You're a resident in my ward, but I want a made in Springwater solution for not only those two MZOs, but all of Bayfield Street. So.
My secondary question, another question I have, is the Midhurst Landowners Group. Now, is it a group like, let's say the Beatles are a group, there's 4 people? Or is it a group like the New York Philharmonic where there's like 107 people? Or is this a representative of the entire township? Who exactly are the Midhurst Landowners Group? Because we keep hearing Midhurst Landowners Group. Is this like 3 guys from Toronto that own 10,000 building lots? Or is it 100 landowners? Who are they? I don't know who they are. I keep hearing about this Midhurst Landowners Group. I don't know who they are.
And I can see our directors of planning and public works saying which one of us is going to have to speak to the cost sharing agreement that we haven't seen yet. But I'll preamble in that the Midhurst
agreement that nobody could.
there is no secret agreement. It is an agreement that the township has not seen yet.
Okay.
However, the Midhurst Landowners Group have been a substantial and supportive partner since the onset of the Midhurst secondary plan. They have been longstanding partners, and I'm going to say 20 some odd years now. And it has evolved.
Okay.
And it changes hands as to who the owners are. But at this point, we don't have access to who the existing, we could use our development process, but I also don't know if that's something that we are privy to disclose. So
Okay.
I don't know which one of you had your hands up first there.
Next question.
Oh, he doesn't even want an answer.
That's
Okay,
even-
there we go.
that's an
Perfect. That's
answer.
even better.
That's enough of an answer by not answering the
Crook.
question. How many building permits of the 10,000 lots that are approved, how many building permits have been issued this year to date?
Without our CBO, without our chief building official, the number that was provided earlier in council tonight from
Those are
our
built.
director of
They've
planning
been built-
is
they've been built for a
existing,
number of years.
built 334.
How many new ones?
Do we have an idea of what is
In and
approved
around.
on the books?
Within 1 or 10? Do they have one? Has there been one?
I'll say less than 20.
Less than 20. Okay, there you go.
And he's not even a politician.
And less than 20. Chris is good. Who owns that sewer pipe that they dug up the road for the last 2 years? Duran Road in Philly. Who owns that sewer pipe?
And at this time, I will defer to Director Harvey,
The one that runs from Duran Road to the sewer plant.
Finley Mill.
Who owns that pipe? They had the road dug up for 2 years.
So that's a developer who's putting that infrastructure on the ground, that force main.
Okay.
And that's one member of the, I can speak to
Midhurst,
Midhurst Landowners Group, one of
okay.
the developers.
Okay.
We have a staff report on the agenda for tonight that outlines the members.
Okay.
And I can read, but technically there's 7 members to the MLG.
Okay.
Okay.
So
they're listed as numbered companies and other organizations, but
that's fine. So if I owned 5 acres on Finley Mill Road and I had 4 kids and I wanted to chop it into 1 acre lots and build houses for my kids, and I wanted to hook into that sewer pipe. Can I hook into that sewer pipe?
And I will turn.
Can anybody hook into that sewer pipe?
Director
They dug
Harvey?
their whole front yard up for the last 2 years, and you can't hook into the sewer pipe. They dug your front yard up.
Director Harvey?
through you, Mayor Coughlin, to the individual here. That is through the development agreements that we have. And so to answer your question, that is the property of the development community who's servicing their own lands. So there is not the capability currently for any kind of resident to hook up to that infrastructure.
Now, the municipality.
And I'm going to, I know that I offered much lenience to Mr. Spring earlier this evening, so I am mindful of that and want to afford you that same lenience. However, I am suggesting that
Can I ask 2 more questions?
as you will note,
Pretty
that
please.
later on later on agenda this evening, this exact conversation will be happening again in 2 weeks.
Okay.
I would just like to be mindful of that.
I've been in private industry all my life. I've been successful at a number of different businesses. So unlike Mr. Sales, I have not been a civil servant. I've had to hustle. I do know one thing though, in the building industry, and this is something that wasn't pointed out in his comments, because he never did ask a question, was yes, it is expensive, but the most expensive part of the development is the services. And when Springwater is getting offered free services on the Bayfield Street corridor, and they're looking for a different solution to free, then there's something wrong. Okay?
I'm going to ask this council to disregard the word free from that statement so that we're not here for another 20 minutes
Oh.
arguing about that, please.
Okay. The other thing too is I remember the mayor saying specifically, no more housing, when they were talking about another 10,000 houses and approving to look into a secondary plan when they're not even building houses on the original secondary plan. I understand that. And the mayor says, no new housing. No new housing was based on a new plan, which is going to take up more farmland on the other side of town over by Forbes Road and the 400. And to attack Councillor Garwood and attack the mayor, I think is very distasteful. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Crook.
Let's take a break.
Let's take a break, unless, of course, there's any other members of the public, and I saw my husband just showed up, so I'm really hoping it's not for a question period question. So not seeing anything further at this time, I would offer that we take a 15-minute recess and to return to our minutes. Wow. All right. Thank you. are minutes of special meeting of council, closed session, July 29th, 2025. 6, minutes of meeting of council of August 14th, 2025. And 7, the minutes of the special meeting of council, closed session, August 14th, 2025. Are there any comments or questions on these minutes? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And that has carried. We move on to the boards and committees. Mover and seconder, please. Councilors Thompson and Fisher. That the minutes of the boards and committees and other organization listened herein be received as information. We have the minutes of the Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee meeting of June 12th, 2025, the minutes of the Huronia West OPP Detachment Board meeting of June 24th, 2025, and the minutes of the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority meeting of June 27th, 2025. Are there any comments or questions on these minutes? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So I was interested to read the minutes of the Nottawasaga Conservation Authority, and I spoke to Councillor Fisher earlier today as he's our representative on that committee. And so through the chair to Councillor Fisher, don't know whether you had an opportunity to speak to the NVCA, but the board at on the June 27th, 2025 meeting approved a proposal to seek funding from service partners, which I'm not sure who, I assume that's us, to negotiate a purchase of parcel of 2 lands in Minising within our township. So question 1, I assume we are one of the funding partners and we're able to find how much was approved to purchase these lands. And 2, are these lands privately owned and are they currently in agricultural production?
So thanks for the question. So it was a meeting that took place back in June. So it is a piece of land. I can't speak to it very much because it was in closed session and the details haven't been released yet. So the NVCA, we can't really release very much until probably October, I'm told. But no, it is not agricultural. And I can tell you that it actually abuts parcels that already are owned by the NVCA and fills out a very nice area. As for the funding, it's external funding, so it will not be affecting the tax base at all. So yeah, but as for anything else, I can't really discuss it until October. But the NVCA has agreed to correspond with us, and we'll know as soon as.
Follow on, Councillor Thompson.
Follow on. So if you read the minutes, it was proposed to be a closed session, but the board decided it would be an open. So the information is in open and it should be public information. I guess another question to our planners, Planner Russell, because these are parcels of the land and there is a possibility that we would lose tax dollars on these, because my understanding is once these private lands go to the NVCA, they don't pay property taxes. First of all, did they approach you at all about these lands? And are we at risk at losing property revenue, tax revenue, if these lands are purchased?
Director Bedard has also been angst, just wanting to chime in.
Let's jump in.
He and Director
Welcome.
Dean are.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I do not believe township staff have been approached. I have written a number of emails to the NVCA to look for an update on these 2 properties specifically to sort of do a little bit of due diligence from the township's perspective. Certainly if they are privately owned, say agricultural operations, although we've heard from Councillor Fisher that they are not, they would pay taxes, and then therefore once are in the NVCA's hands, there would be tax reciprocation, or I'm not sure exactly the term for it, but a reduction of taxes. I don't want to comment too much further until I find out which properties we're looking at and what ownership model they're in and whether they're already publicly held or privately held. Thank you.
Anything further, Director Bedard?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Through to Councillor Thompson. Without the details of the property right now, it's hard to speculate on what the tax implications would be, but certainly once that's known, we can provide a comment on whether it would receive tax exemption as being owned by the NVCA or what the tax implications may be.
Councillor Thompson?
And just final question. So it's pretty clear in the minutes that they are going to be petitioning service partners. So I'm not aware of, are there other service partners that fund the NVCA other than municipalities?
I believe that there are foundations and private partners that do contribute to the NVCA's bottom line, but levy holders are the township. So when I read that, I read that as municipality as well. But we can seek clarification from the NVCA on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Fisher?
Yeah. Like I said, the NVCA said at our next meeting, they'll have more details on it. According to them, it won't affect the tax levy at all, according to them, right? Again, it's external funding, and I know there's, several sources of funding there, but I really don't have many details that I can release. Again, because it's not finalized, hence probably why our staff hasn't been engaged as fully at this point. So I can tell you, probably won't upset the tax base very much.
Anything further from members of council? All those in favor? And that has carried. We will now move on to item 10, which is the City of Barrie proposed boundary adjustment correspondence items for information. This is a standing item that includes correspondence that has been added to our agenda. Are there any questions? Or sorry, a mover and seconder on this first? Councillor Moore? Councillor Alexander, that correspondence items 10.2 through 10.4 be received as information. 10.2 is correspondence from 2252841 Ontario Inc., Paul Sadlin, dated August 13th, RE 2252841 Ontario Inc., Paul Sadlin, and MZO 2023-002. Correspondence from the Midhurst Landowners Group, dated August 14th, servicing of the Bayfield Street corridor. And 10.4, correspondence from Innovative Planning Solutions on behalf of Lonbra Developments Inc. and Sean Holmes, dated August 27, 2025, regarding this servicing feasibility assessment. Any comments or questions on any of these? Councillor Moore?
Just confirming the information we received last night will be on the CIP for Friday.
I'll turn to Clerk Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Yes, that is correct. It will be.
Okay, I believe that was in response to item 10.4.
That is correct. That's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Not seeing anything further. Been moved in second. All those in favor? And that has carried. And moving on now to our action reports. Item 10, a mover and seconder for that, please. Councillor Garwood and Councillor Alexander. That action items 11. Item 11. Action items 11.2 through 11.15 be received and that the recommendations contained therein be approved as presented. 11.2 is the 2026 Municipal School Board election alternative voting methods. 11.3 is the noise exemption request, small private outdoor wedding, 1425 Floss Road 10 West, Elmvale. 11.4 resurfacing of Doran Park courts. 11.5 award of RFQ for Bishop Park Bridge rehabilitation. 11.6 Snow Voyagers Clubhouse lease. 11.7 2025 year-end holiday office closure. 11.8 Midhurst Ultimate Water and Wastewater Treatment Plant Phase 1 external servicing agreement. 11.9 the reallocation of the capital funding for project 2025-61. 11.10 is the fees and charges for the water service and line flushes. 11.11 is the engineering review and the fee policy and updates for fees and charges bylaw 2024-046. 11.12 is the Midhurst Heights Phase 1C 1D Stage 2 subdivision agreement authorization report. 11.13 update to the parkland dedication bylaw 2019-066. 11.14 the road and subdivision naming policy update, and 11.15 park naming dehickling Phase 1B Thompson Park. At this time, council, I would ask if there's anything to be pulled and dealt with separately for redirection. We will have opportunity to comment after. Anything to be pulled? Councillor Thompson? Councillor Alexander?
It's probably just for discussion, but just in case 11.2.
Councillor Fisher?
11.4.
Not seeing anything further to be pulled. Are there any comments on the remaining items? Counselor Garwood?
11.5 and 11.14. I just have two comments.
I will take the comment on 11.5 and ask for the 11.4 to be dealt with as it's being pulled. 14.
Mayor
All right.
Coughlin? Mayor Coughlin?
Oh, Deputy Mayor Cabral?
Yes, I believe you're on action reports.
That is correct.
Just so you know, I am back, but and thank you. Sorry for the interruption. I have a conflict with 11.3.
We will pull that to deal with it separately. And that was 11.14. Any other items for comment? Not seeing anything. I will turn to Counselor Garwood for 11.5.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. First off, I wanted to thank Director Culver and Manager Dean for working towards the award of the Bishop Park Bridge rehabilitation project. This was something that's come to council a few times now, something that I've advocated to move forward. Originally, it was proposed to be completed or to be started in 2026. Instead, we'll be able to get a jump start on that. It is a extensive project, so I wanted to thank staff. I've heard from the community that there is significant support and excitement about seeing this bridge revitalized. It's been many years and it's used often. So thank you to staff for their work on this.
Thank you. Comment on 11.14, Counselor Garwood.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Coughlin. This is the road and subdivision naming policy update. Again, wanted to thank planning staff for this. Again, something that I have advocated for when it comes to including our servicemen and servicewomen in regards to how we name roads here within the municipality. From within the report, it does speak to the fact that the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 262 in Elmville, the Elmville District Lions Club, and other local groups were discussed and were included in the conversation as this information was being put together and updated. Something that I did want to highlight, and more of a comment to staff than anything, within the report where it says the repository of names has been amended to the draft policy as a starting point to assist and encourage the selection of local veterans' names. It also speaks further in the report to additional veterans' names not included in the appendix, which is Appendix A, can still be considered through the road naming policy. The repository of local veterans' name is to be updated regularly by the road naming coordinator. I do think it's important to also ensure that other groups throughout Springwater are included in that conversation to ensure not just one area of our municipality is being gathered. I think of the Springwater Remembrance Committee, the Cultural and Heritage Advisory Committee, just to name a few. And I see Chris nodding his head there, so I appreciate that, Director. But again, I think including those groups as a part of who we speak with when gathering this information, building that list to be able to provide to our developer partners and our municipality, will just continue to build on that foundation. So I appreciate the extensive work on this policy. I know it's something that's been spoke about at this table now for a little over a year. So I appreciate it. So thank you.
Not seeing any additional comments at this time. So at this time, council, we will be approving action reports, items 11.15. So I'm just going to say it all, 11.2 through 11.15, with the exception of 11.2, 11.3, 11.4, and 11.8. So again, that's 11.2, 11.3, 11.4, and 11.8 to be dealt with separately. Not seeing anything further. Council, all those in favor? And that has carried. We will now move on to 11.2, and this is the municipal and school board election. And this was pulled by Councillor Alexander, and a seconder for that, please. Counselor Moore, that the report from the clerk regarding the 2026 municipal and school board election alternative voting methods dated September 3rd, 2025 be received, and that council hereby authorize the use of in-person, electronic, and remote internet telephone voting to utilize the multiple verification process for the 2026 municipal and school board elections, and that the bylaw authorizing the alternative voting method be presented for consideration at the September 17th, 2025 regular meeting of council. I will now turn to Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So I think I'm probably getting a bit too into the logistics and details, but I just wanted to ask the question because one of the concerns that I had brought forward to me at the last election, and actually I myself experienced as well, was the fact that it was only the administrative center open for in-person voting versus usually there's a school, there's usually like something in Elmville, there's usually a couple of them. And although I understand there's a cost to that, and people are given alternate means, there's a lot of the population, that's how they go to vote, and that's how they went to vote, and then they realized they had to come to the township. So I just want to make sure that that is still on the table to be discussed of where we do the in-person voting and how many centers are open.
Clerk Marshall?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Alexander. And yes, that's open for further consideration to have multiple voting locations open on election day around the municipality.
Anything further on this? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to ensure that the verification process will basically eliminate what some could view as it was too easy to vote before. If you had someone's voter card and you entered the unique PIN number, you were automatically enabled to cast your vote. So there was opportunity and for people to vote who shouldn't have been voting, or opportunity for people to vote for other people that might be in their family or might be friends that they happen to come across their voters card. So I would really like to see how this verification process is going to be utilized to prevent that. So that's my one piece that is very critical to the process of voting online, is to make sure, just as when they go to vote in person, the first thing they're asked for is a piece of ID to verify who they are and that they're eligible to vote. And unfortunately, the last time around, for the remote voting anyway, that was not a requirement. There was no way to verify the person that was voting was the person who was actually entitled to vote. So just some assurance that we're going to see what that process is going to look like before we actually approve it.
I'll turn to Clerk Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and through you to the Deputy Mayor. So there are a number of ways that companies can utilize a multiple verification process. A simple one that I can advise of off the top of my head is people would get their voter information letter in the mail. So that would have your code to log into the system to get your ballot. And for further verification, you would need to enter something like your birth date to gain access to the actual ballot. So that's one method. Another method could be potentially a 2-card system where you would get your voter information letter and you have a login code, and you would have to wait and have the other piece in the mail in order to actually cast your vote, another code. So there are probably more verification processes out there that I may not be aware of. That would be something that we iron out through the RFP process. When we go out to bring on a vendor, that's something that we would include in our RFP document to say that that is a requirement of the vendor to provide to us.
Okay, thank you.
Not seeing anything further. This has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is carried. We will now move on to 11.3. Deputy Mayor has called conflict on this and looking for a mover and seconder, please. Councillors Garwood and Alexander, that the report from the manager of municipal law enforcement regarding noise bylaw exemption, small private wedding, 1425 Floss Road 10 West, dated September 3rd, 2025, be received, and that council hereby approve the noise bylaw exemption request for a small private outdoor wedding from 4:30 to 11:59 on September 6th, 2025, located at 1456 Floss Road 10 West. Any comments or questions on this? All those in favor? And that has carried. Moving on now to item 11.4, a mover and seconder for the resurfacing at Doran Park, please. Councilors Moore and Fisher, that the report from the Director of Parks, Recreation and Facilities regarding the resurfacing of Doran Park Courts dated September 3rd, 2025 be received, and that council approves the expense of resurfacing Doran Park tennis courts in partnership with the Barrie North Winter Tennis Club to an upset limit of 27,000 plus HST to be funded from the tax stabilization reserve, and that council endorses the work to be completed as soon as possible with the ideal end date no later than October 1st, 2025. I will now turn to Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I'd just like through you to Director Culver. Him and I talked about it earlier on in the week, and I was just wondering if you could bring council up to snuff on it and how it not only benefits the business that operates out of it, but also us as a township and actually a landlord as well.
Director Culver.
Thank you, Mayor. In a nutshell, the courts were last resurfaced in 2015 and have a life expectancy of around 40 years before we start to think about replacing the surface. We're now at the 11-year time frame, and part of that has to do with the fact that because the dome sits on top of it in the winter time, it helps protect it from the winter elements, and we don't see some of the fissuring that happens in other situations. But at the same time, we also have 12 months of use. So the grid has worn down. And at the beginning of this year, staff had already begun to start thinking about plotting into the 2026 budget the cost of resurfacing in accordance with the agreement we have with Barrie North Winter Tennis. And as we approached the fall, the partner actually got a little bit more concerned about the level of wear in the high play areas, and so approached us to ask if we could expedite it. We certainly have no problem with it because obviously it was on the radar to begin with. Certainly, he's working at a commercial level of liability versus our more municipal standard. But at the same time, it does protect players. It does help the surfaces to operate properly. So it's really just doing something we're going to do a little bit earlier, making things a little bit safer. And as mentioned in the report, our responsibility is for 5/12 of the cost versus 7/12 that go to the commercial proponent. So it's actually a really good relationship. Been in existence since 2003, I understand, and I think it's served the community well.
Following.
Yeah, no, I thank you, Director Culver, for enlightening us on it, and myself as well. I really, when you explained it, the 5/12, I do think it's a really good arrangement we have with the operator. Also, I was surprised to know that having the dome come in there so he can operate his business, it actually sort of how would I say it, prolongs the longevity of the courts and the surface itself. So it really is a good all around arrangement, but I will say it's also great for Midhurst, right, having it there. So so thank you.
Anything further on this? No redirection? All those in favor? And that has carried. We'll now move on to item 11.8. May I have a mover and seconder for 11.8, please? Councillor Thompson and Councillor Alexander, that the report from the Director of Public Works and Infrastructure regarding the Midhurst Ultimate Wastewater Treatment Plant External Works Agreement dated September 3rd, 2025 be received, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the Midhurst Ultimate Treatment Plant External Works Agreement in a form substantially in accordance with the draft attached to this report subject to confirmation of allocation for the township projects such as, but not limited to, the community hub, paramedic station, fire hall, and/or medical center, and final clearances and acceptance from the township engineering consultants and solicitor, and that the mayor and clerk authorized to execute the associated contractors direct agreement in Schedule H1 of the external works agreement in a form substantially in accordance with the draft attached to the external report, subject to final clearances and acceptance from the township's engineering consultant and solicitor. And comments, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So it's a question to Director Harvey. In your report, you stated that the design has been generally accepted, subject to outstanding questions and comments. Can you share what some of those outstanding things might be? And are they significant and may have an effect on the final result here?
Director Harvey?
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to Councillor Thompson. A number of the details at this level in the design were very close, and that's why we use the term generally accepted. There's some confirmation from the Ministry of Environment and Conservation Parks to some of these changes that we went through this design process that's was approved in the previous submissions that we still need to review. AINA Group, our township engineers, need to have a final look at some of these elements. And so at this point, there's still some details here. There's some process control things that we want reviewed in the process. So that's why we use that terminology at this point. We feel comfortable moving forward, and there's nothing substantive here that would cause us any huge concerns, but we're still dotting i's and crossing t's with outside agencies and our internal staff to make sure that we're comfortable with this. So that's why that narrative is put there.
Follow on?
Thank you. My final question is that there's been a lot of talk about the Hughes funding, the almost $35 million. And if I just correct me if I'm wrong, when the Hughes funding was originally presented to us, it was subject to only 15% of the total cost of the ultimate wastewater plant. So obviously, if the plant's $92 million, 35 million is significantly more than the 15%. How does that play into this?
Director Harvey?
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to Councillor Thompson. So in discussions with the province, which have been ongoing as it relates to our, what they would call a transfer payment agreement, some of the funding discussions have been released to ourselves that they still are in support of the 35 million, 34.9 to be exact, coming forward, based on this reduced scope. And we will wait till we get exact clarity in that TPA or the transfer payment agreement from the province. But our understanding to date is that the funding still remains in place to this for the 35, and the contributions are more in the lines of up to 73% is what the province would fund this to. So that's a narrative that wasn't there when we applied, but they've outlined to us, and that's available to us.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you. Just a quick question, if I may, through yourself to Director Harvey or Mr. Mullen. I know Mr. Mullen's sitting in the gallery as well. Thank you for being here. There was a question earlier about ownership of the wastewater treatment plant and all the infrastructure, and somewhat alluding that it's private industry. Can you please explain how that relationship is unfolding and over the last many years?
Director Harvey?
Through you, Mayor Coughlin. So through our external works agreement, which is similar to what's before you today in the appendix, there's terms with relationships to when the infrastructure is assumed by the municipality. And there's a number of conditions in there. Initially, it is private, and it's for allocation to the landowners group in this case. But there is a mechanism that we go through an assumption process, and it will ultimately be the property of the township. That usually is, could be up to a 2-year maintenance period. There's a number of conditions in there in our contract and our agreements, but suffice it to say, the long term, it does become the infrastructure of the township.
Follow on?
So could we just say then that they build it on our behalf? Would it be that them building it on our behalf? So not to confuse the issue when folks are speaking about it, that's all.
Director Harvey?
Through you, Mayor Coughlin. I'm not sure that that's a complete good analysis of where that sits. As you know, the minutes of settlement that were initially for the secondary plan outlined that all the infrastructure will be front-ended by the development community. And so that enabled them to move forward. Obviously, the township wasn't in a position to finance a lot of this infrastructure. So to say they're doing it on our behalf, I guess that's one way of looking at it, but I wouldn't use that terminology myself.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. Really, what I just meant was that you work very closely with the development and design of all of the infrastructure. So it is a valuable partnership is how I look at it as a partnership, but ultimately as it is for us.
Thank you. And
I would agree with that statement. There's certainly been many years of cooperative work here. You know, this probably started initially in about 2022. So we've probably spent 3 years on first the initial design that was brought before council in April of 2024, and now with this revised infrastructure plan. So there's been a lot of collaborative work by many here, and it's been a well received and a well cooperative effort to get this across the finish line.
thank you. And council, we also do have Mr. Engel with us this evening, if there's any questions to be directed to him as well. And Director Harvey, if you can speak to the original plan for the reason we got the 35 was it was supposed to be $168 million build, and the infrastructure that was to then be transferred to the township, at what point that trigger was set, and the size and scope of what is being proposed today, and I guess the trailers, the rental component to that, if you could speak to that, please.
Sure, Mayor Coughlin. So if you look at the report, there's an outline of what's included in this and what's been deferred. A number of elements have been deferred. And one of the most significant is the tertiary building, which is the membrane units, which was approximately in the original design about a $35 million piece of infrastructure that eventually we will need and will require. The proposal right now is to bring in some temporary units to facilitate this tertiary treatment of the effluent. And they're approximately, you'll see in the report there's 2 trailers coming there. Also, the report speaks to a trigger because obviously to protect the township's interest, we have to ensure that we're going to get the more robust and permanent infrastructure that we had always thought we were getting for the 160 plus million. So there is a trigger in there that our team has decided that 5 years or 2,000 units, they would start the construction of the permanent and rest of the deferred equipment. There's a number of things there. I won't get too technical, but there's things beside there. There's thickeners, there's sludge. There's a number of elements that the landowners group have agreed to build in the future.
Thank you for that. And before I do go to Mr. Engel, in the interim of the current proposal and the ultimate build, the effluent that's been being trucked today, is that same process going to be taking place? And as I know it, today it's going to Elmville. Do we have capacity there to receive that, or is this going to be treated on site now?
Mayor Coughlin, so the process narrative right now is that without the thickener and the sludge treatment facility, we will be in a position where we will need to truck an extensive amount of the sludge from the facility. That's one of the elements that's being deferred. We will not have capacity at Elmville for this. Prior to this, the landowners group had been, specifically Geranium, had been trucking it to Thornbury area and Craigleith. And I'm assuming we'll have to probably engage that again because the flows are going to be much more substantive at this point. So that's something that one of the details that we're going to have a conversation on because right now there isn't any narrative related to that.
And I do see Mr. Engel has popped on here. Mr. Engel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to speak to the question of ownership or building on the township's behalf. I think that is a good characterization that really.
All right, Mr. Engel, I apologize for interrupting you. If I could
Yes.
just ask, I don't know if it's breaking up on your end or ours, but we're barely able to hear you.
I'm sorry, I'll speak up. I don't know if the connection is bad. Is that any better, Madam Mayor?
For now.
Okay, so I think this plant is being built for the township by the landowners. It's on township-owned land. It's going to be owned by the township, but not assumed. So the responsibility to make sure that it works well for a couple of years is a traditional approach to these projects. But that doesn't really mean that the township doesn't own it. So just for that clarity, and I think that's the same for some of the other infrastructure referred to earlier in this meeting, force mains and that sort of thing. They are on township land, they're attached to that land. They are township infrastructure built and paid for through the system that we have for Midhurst. But they ultimately are township owned infrastructure. And we also have a system for access to that through the cost sharing between the landowners and the allocation system. And so there's lots of moving parts to it, but fundamentally this is township infrastructure on township land.
Thank you for the clarity. Councilor, is there anything further on 11.8? Not seeing that. All in favor? And that has carried. Oh, I had it moved. Eight. Council, we're now moving on to our information reports. May I have a mover and seconder, please? I have Councillor Garwood and Councillor Moore that the report items listed herein be received for information. Building Services Monthly Report, June 2025. Building Services Monthly Report, July 2025. Bylaw Services Monthly Report, June 2025. Bylaw Services Monthly Report, July 2025. Huronia West OPP Detachment Board, 2024 Annual Report, 2025 Doors Open Simcoe County Event, and the WDOT Dotawin Lookout Gate Pricing. Any of these to be pulled for reconsideration or redirection? Any comments? Councillor Garwood?
I'd like to make a comment on item number 6 and 7, please.
Additional comments? Councillor Garwood?
Thank you. Item number 6 is the 2025 Doors Open Simcoe County event. I do want to specifically highlight this one. This is an important one that we get to celebrate every couple of years here in the township. So Tourism Simcoe County is once again hosting Doors Open Ontario on Saturday, September 13th, 2025 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Doors Open is an annual cultural tourism initiative managed by the Ontario Heritage Trust. The Cultural and Heritage Advisory Committee has worked diligently to research the history of the Hillsdale Lockup, which will be featured this year. So again, the lockup will be opened for individuals to tour the building. Educational storyboard signs will be displayed, featuring the lockup's history, origins, some Hillsdale history, etc. The committee and staff members will be there throughout the day answering questions and showing folks around the space, which is pretty neat. A couple years ago, we had the opportunity to have Doors Open at the Anton Mills Hall, and then now we're getting to showcase another one of our facilities in the municipality. A lot of folks didn't know that we had a lockup in Hillsdale that could be toured, so I invite everyone out for that day. And then I do have comment on number 7 when permitted.
Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. This is related to the Dotawin Lookout Gate pricing. Again, I know this is something that Councillor Moore has championed, and I thank staff for bringing this forward. I know Throughout the summer months, many staff, members of council rallied together to go there daily and open up. That was, I know, a big undertaking for many, so I thank them. I think this is such a meaningful space and meaningful project. I personally love this space. It's a great tourism destination in our municipality. So again, I'd hopefully like to see this be included for consideration in the 2026 budget, understanding that I wasn't proposing that we discuss it further this evening. I do understand that the gates would be a significant investment for the municipality, but I do see it as a worthwhile investment, or at least something to discuss. So hopefully that this can be included in the 26 budget deliberations.
Councillor Moore?
Well, that just makes me very excited, Councillor Garwood, for saying that, because I'm thrilled with how successful this summer was. They had just an enormous amount of people, and they can see they have cameras, so everybody knows. Some have been caught doing some interesting things up there, just saying. But it should be known that there are cameras. So I'm very excited that you are in full support or would support the gate solution. And I have spoke with Director Culver about the pricing and realizing that it's not inexpensive, but it's such a value to our township. And really, I think if we can be that kind of a support and show that we are willing to step up and do this for them, it just makes their job easier in marketing it as a tourism destination, and allowing their staff to do, sort of the more meaningful things. The county's been very supportive, so I'm hoping maybe they'll help out too. But I would concur that, looking forward to the budget, that if it could be included, that would be fantastic.
Not seeing anything further, we will move to that action reports listed herein, items 1.1 through 7 be received. All those in favor? And that has carried. Moving on to verbal reports. And municipal updates. Councillors, all of the councillors. Okay, Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Just a few items to highlight. I first want to speak to AMO, so the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Councillor Thompson and I had the opportunity of attending AMO in Ottawa just a couple weeks ago, which was and sorry, I should also mention Deputy CEO Ainsworth also joined us. We had the opportunity to delegate to the Ministry of Health once again this year, discussing primary care closer to home, and especially advocating for the Township of Springwater and our residents. While we were there, we also had a meaningful discussion with the Ontario Medical Association. Again, they've been a great partner and support in our efforts the past few years. Moving forward, the Elmville Farmers Market, which operates Thursday evenings from 3 to 7 p.m., has had a very successful season. We continue to grow and improve and enhance our market. We have live music this year and lots of new vendors. So we've had a very successful season. Every week it seems like we're still gaining some traction, which is quite exciting. There is still 3 weeks left of the market, so tomorrow, the 11th and the 18th, and then we wrap for the season. The Elmville BIA has made a significant, not only financial investment in the market, but also from a resource perspective. Again, we operate solely on volunteers, and the market would not be possible without the dedication of a few specific people, so I thank them. Of course, it's crazy to think that we're already in the fall and in September, but the Elmville Fall Fair is only a month away, so we only have a few meetings between now and then. So I do want to highlight the annual event. This is the 163rd year of the Elmville Fall Fair on October the 10th and the 11th, which is Thanksgiving weekend. Make sure you come on out. Of course, all the traditions are there. Our theme is Canadian made, which is very fitting for this year. And once again, we'll have 2 parades, one on Friday, one on Saturday. We hope to see everyone there. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is, of course, yesterday being the first day of school for many, our schools across the municipality, as families get ready and send the kids out the door. It's an exciting time. Personally, I have a little one going to school tomorrow for the first time. So anyway, just wanted to welcome all the staff and the teachers and the students back to school.
Counselor Alexander?
Thank you. So quickly, just on the farmer's market, I had the opportunity to go get some vegetables a few times there.
Good.
But I have over the whole summer received overwhelming feedback. Obviously that it's really, the market, there's great boost there, lots of vendors, but people really love the Thursday night. I've had a lot of people just tell me that it was hard during the day. People that worked that weren't around just weren't able to attend. And now that it's in the evening, it's just opened it up to so much more. So I think that's fantastic that they're continuing to thrive. And then just one other piece, if I could just ask Director Culver to give a quick update on the status of the roof for the Phelpston rink.
Director Culver?
Thank you, Mayor Coghlan. And thanks to Councillor Alexander for the heads up that the question was coming, because I was able to make contact with the contractor and they plan to start putting construction fence up on Friday, start digging next week, and the building components should arrive next week as well. So took a little bit of time to get through the permitting process because it's a snug fit, but that's completed and now they're ready to start the work.
Counselor Garwood?
Thank you, Mayor Coghlan. If you'll indulge me, just a question related to that. Understanding, I had the pleasure of growing up in Phelpston, so it's a pretty great community. Director Culver, can you speak to the timeline associated with the project? Apologies if you've already mentioned that elsewhere, but when the community should be able to continue to enjoy the space?
Director Culver?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Garwood is doing what I don't like to do, which is putting me on the spot for construction timelines. But what we've indicated all along is that prior to the winter, prior to the snow falling, we would see the roof completed, and that's still the objective.
Counselor Thompson?
Thank you, Mayor Coghlan. Our national award-winning Springwater Public Library has had a very successful summer reading program. We had 547 youth sign up for the reading, and it's wonderful that they do this great initiative, and it's obviously great for our children and youth. Also, with regard to the library, Kathy Cook, one of our long-term librarians who has done a fantastic job, retired after almost 20 years of service. She just is a great example of what wonderful staff that we have, and we'll really miss her and would congratulate her and wish her well in her retirement. The Menacing CRA completed their annual slow pitch tournament. Congratulations to the winners. The A division was the Gnomes, B division Tight Mitts, C division the RMB, and D division, my favorite, Sons of Pitches. And they also completed their first annual movie night with over 60 children and parents attending, and that occurred last week. So thanks to the Menacing Recreation Association for the wonderful work that they're doing. The Anton Mills Recreation Association on a week from this Saturday, September 13th, is hosting the Anton Mills 150th celebration of the school there and of the community center. It begins at 2 o'clock and it will end at dusk with fireworks. Opening ceremonies will take place at 2 and the grand opening of our newly renovated community center. So thank you to Director Culver and staff. Amazing job. I had a sneak preview of it last week, and it's a home run. So thank you for a job well done. And we invite everybody to come, whether you're from Menacing or Springwater and maybe from Barrie. It's going to include a kids zone, live entertainment, free food, and fireworks at dusk. So thank you to our many sponsors, some of which are here, to help make this celebration a great success. Also, with regards to my report for AMO, it was my privilege to be part of the delegation to the Ontario Medical or to the Ministry of Health, and we met with Parliamentary Assistant Anthony Lenardi, and Councillor Garwood led the delegation for our township, and he was a rock star. He did an absolutely amazing job, and thank him for the great work that we did on that, as well as the Ontario Medical Association. It was myself, Councillor Garwood, and Deputy CAO Renee Ainsworth. I felt really for the first time, this is about my second time delegating to the Ministry of Health, that We really we're heard. And when we do get a doctor, it will be through an exception status. And they've recognized the where we missed out on the last time. And I'm not saying if, when this new doctor comes, I think that we're ready and prepared, and we'll be able to be successful in getting. We were also able to meet with the provincial land facilitators, Dan Matheson, who is the chair for the entire province of Ontario, and Jeff Schelling, who is our facilitator. And it was, for me, it was very informative and very educational. It was my first time meeting with them one-on-one, and just to get their perspective is really helping me as I try to make the right decision for our community. It was important for me to, and I feel I have a responsibility to gather as much correct, accurate, and information as I can. Also, we were able to meet with our local MPP, Solicitor General Doug Downey. It was exciting for us to hear about many of the provincial initiatives that are coming to our areas and their future plans for our region and our township. For me, this is my third AMO. It was by far the most informative and productive conference that I've attended on my term on council. I left with a sense of optimism and hope that prosperous times are ahead for us all. This conference was well worth my investment of time and my resources to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I just wanted to speak, if I could, about the very dry and hot and drought-filled summer we had and how that affected our Ward 4 residents. We were able to host a community meeting, or a town hall, I'll call it, last week. We had about 40 to 50 people and concerned residents show up. And thank you to Director Harvey for taking the hard questions and providing folks with the hard answers too. The takeaway, though, we did take away a lot of important points, and I will be asking for like an item for future consideration to come forward, maybe not a staff report exactly, but that we could consider things like, and these are some of the requests, not all, I am still getting questions. So, but I will put them and compile them and send them off to you. Requests for further information regarding drought-resistant seed and plant options, potential water conservation programs like rain barrels, a rain barrel discount program, leak indicators on meters, wastewater meters. Does Barrie charge for wastewater? Ongoing brown water issues. If it is safe to drink, then sort of what is the threshold for that? Why is usage much higher from midnight to 6 a.m.? And the request is to contact the ministry on license numbers and the need for a review. Then to set up a follow-up meeting to include additional staff, inviting MPP Doug Downey and ministry representatives. So I wonder maybe if Director Harvey, you could speak to the ministry guidelines for us and just what the allocation looks like. You were talking about licensing for water. I'm still getting questions about the comments around we have tons of water, we have lots of water, but the difference between lots of water and treated water.
Director Harvey?
To you, Mayor Coughlin, to Councillor Moore. There's quite a distinction between, so the amount of water we have is related to the permit to take water. The amount of water through our drinking water license is the amount of water we can actually treat in the facility. And that means the disinfection and that process. So they're two different elements. And our drinking water license is related to the drinking water and the treated water. And our permit to take water is how much water we can actually physically take from the wells and from the aquifer. So they're two separate things. The drinking water license is based on the population, and the ministry has guidelines as it relates to what per capita the normal consumption would be. And so what they do is the license is based on that population. And so the drinking water license is quite a bit more restrictive than actually what the aquifer has and what our permit to take water is. So those are the two distinctions between the two. And the issue that we've had is we've gone over our drinking water license. So we have water, we just don't have treated water. And obviously we can't put out water that isn't treated because that becomes an issue from a health perspective. And that's where we were violating our drinking water license. So the ministry caps us based on the population.
Follow on?
Thank you. And just to note that the Snow Valley drinking water system is looped and not connected to the other drinking water systems. And that's why sort of the Snow Water drinking water system was isolated with a complete ban for that water usage. The question too about approaching the ministry to have that license or permit changed. Can you speak to what that would entail? Or if it's possible?
That would involve, so through you, Mayor Coughlin, the drinking water license, that rationale is province-wide. So I think it'll be very difficult to justify a change in that based on the ministry's criteria. We would have to provide a case that there's some sort of exception here. And just for clarity, the Snow Valley, Lowlands, Highlands, and Center Vesper are all part of one system. Their wells are located in the Lowlands and the Highlands, and they supply the drinking water down the unopened Doran Road to Center Vesper as well. So that is one complete system. And so the drinking water license is related to all three of those areas. And like I said, it would be difficult and justification for a change, given that we'd have to outline why this area is any different than any other part of the province. But I think it's open to a conversation. I've reached out to our local ministry as to whether they would be available to speak to this. And right now, I think I haven't got confirmation of a time, but they are open to a discussion.
Councillor Moore?
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you for that. So I will send this forward then to yourself and then ask for those things that we've outlined. I just think it really highlights sort of a need to look at ways to mitigate this for potentially next year or the year after. The question around development certainly came up frequently with all the MZO activity, the increased development, then how, and truly the people who live there now feel like if they don't have enough water for now, how will they have enough water after all of this development? So legitimate questions, and if we could get some of these answers, we can set up another meeting and ministry reps could come. That would be fantastic.
Thank you for that. And I understand that the idea to have it as an IFC, I do believe that this needs to be a notice of motion so that it doesn't fall off. I think that the idea of conservation and programs for rain barrels and things like that need to be put in place because as we've noted, the consumption hours are, while there are people who work shift work, the consumption hours are, while people are asleep and sprinkler systems are on. And I don't want to be misquoting. So the usage that came from this area, could you speak to where it stood amongst other areas in Ontario wide?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Coughlin, there was a study done sponsored by the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority to study the Midhurst area and some of our southern areas as it relates to the city of Barrie and the water takings and a water budget. And the hydrogeologist outlined that obviously the data shows that the highest consumption is only in the summertime that we go over our drinking water license. It's between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. It's the consumption is, I had in my boards twice what we'd see in Midhurst, for instance. The consumption's at over 500 liters per capita per day. The system's designed for 450. So it's a pretty simple allocation issue there. Conservation is the key thing here. I think we need to embrace that, an education program. That's what the findings were, and that's what was presented to the public. And like I said, there's nowhere else in the province did the hydrogeologists see that kind of consumption of water.
Councillor Fisher?
All right, just a few things. One is, I guess, a Midhurst problem. We've had a few break-ins into vehicles as of late, and even I'm not going to say home invasions, but people going into other people's backyards. This has definitely been a cause for alarm. Want to address it. One, the people need to phone the OPP. We definitely need to, before we go post it on Facebook, I'll say this, we need to report it to the OPP. We can't expect the police to do their job if they do not know. but we definitely need to be very vigilant of who's walking through the neighborhood. One thing I have actually had the opportunity to speak to in the community who actually are in law enforcement. One thing that came up was the lights. Some of the lights are getting old in the neighborhoods. They're burnt out. This week, I emailed Neil and I copied Trevor on it. I definitely think we need to push to have those lights fixed. I know that some of them are on back order, but as those in law enforcement told me, that's a big deterrent right off the bat. Particularly in some of the older neighborhoods, I had one person say that there was 6 lights out in a particular area. I can send you the area. So anyway, I did want to address that. I also want to say that being on the OPP board, I can tell you that although the population of people don't see the cruisers, they are there. They're there in the wee hours of the morning, and the response times are very good. So we do have a present police force. Just because you don't see them at 2 in the afternoon, they are there and they are doing their job. The other thing I wanted to say, it was more of a feel good story. I was on Facebook, I think around August 4th, and I saw a large John Deere tractor being used to put out a fire. And there were 2 fellas in the cab talking, conversing, and I thought I recognized that voice, and it was our very own Mr. John Spring, using his John Deere tractor to put out a fire in a field up in Elmvale, as a matter of fact. And so I had a good laugh because I recognized the voice, and you have a distinctive voice. And anyway, I reached out to Mr. Spring, and I just wanted to give a shout out to our fire department. He had nothing but praise for their organization, and he knew exactly how to utilize his tractor to put this out. And yeah, just a really neat story of our fire department and a local resident doing some good in the community.
Not seeing any further municipal updates. We can move on to our notices of motion. Our first one is presented by Councillor Thompson, and this is regarding the community safety zone, and I would look for a seconder for that, please. Oh, is this sorry, okay, Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. It is 9:55, extending our procedural bylaw.
And we can do that. Thank you. A motion to extend, council. Moved by Councillor Garwood, seconded by Councillor Moore. Motion to extend to 10 p.m. Council, all those in favor? And that has carried. It's back to our notice of motion. Thank you, Councillor Garwood. For the community safety zone, I have moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Fisher, and I will turn to Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Whereas the Traffic Highway Act RSO 1990C H8 permits the designation of part of a highway within the jurisdiction of a municipality as a community safety zone in accordance with the section 214-1 to address the matters related to safety, and whereas the safety and well-being of residents and visitors is the utmost importance to the Township of Springwater, and whereas Council of the Township of Springwater is of the opinion that public safety is of special concern on Gill Road, and now therefore be it resolved that Council of the Township of Springwater designates Gill Road from 100 meters north of the Northern Hillview Crescent intersection to 750 meters south of the Southern Hillview Crescent intersection as a community safety zone in accordance with the provisions set out in the Highway Traffic Act, and that a designation bylaw presented at the September 17th, 2025 regular council meeting. So I thank Donna for the question that she brought to council, and for the residents, hopefully you're still watching. So we've done some analysis of this section. We have a solar traffic sign there that shows people how fast they're going, and it also measures the speed of the traffic, and we can collect the data there. So over the first week of August, there was about 250 cars per day that traveled that residential section in Midhurst. Over 500 of those cars would have been ticketed had there been a police officer or had there been automated speed enforcement. In fact, 4 of those vehicles were close to what we call stunt driving, and they would have had their vehicles impounded. If you know this section of road in Midhurst, it's very narrow. There's really no curb on the road. The ditches are deep. It's a pretty dense residential area, and I think that it's the least we could do to put up these. And these just the community safety zone is number one. We designated. We put up signs. The automatic consequences: anybody caught there, speed fines are doubled. And what I'm excited about is when we do finally get automated speed enforcement or automated speed cameras, that these areas have to be designated as community safety zones for the cameras to go. So I'll be recommending that this is one of the areas that the camera will be rotated to. So I hope I have council support on this initiative. I think it's good for our community, and I think it's great for these residents. Thank you.
Councillor Fisher?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. First off, I'm in full support of it. I'm very familiar with that stretch road, and I think it's often used as a bit of a cut through, right? So people are moving very quickly, and it is a fairly narrow road. I'm in full support. To your point about it already preemptively being designated a safety zone so that when we do have cameras, I think that it's a good move. I would like to know when the cameras are coming. I know it's been a long time coming, so I do have that question. But I do want to highlight yet again, between Midhurst and that portion of Midhurst, eventually we need to have Craig Road set up, because I do fear that in the future that vein will be overloaded if we don't complete Craig Road. So anyway, I would like to go through the mayor to Mr. Harvey. Do we have any update on the cameras, or when could we expect that?
Director Harvey?
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to Councillor Fisher. My understanding, Dan Eberhardt, the manager of capital, is working on that. The latest conversation we had before he was on vacation was we're still looking for an update from the vendor as it relates to their business model. They haven't updated that to us. I think once we have a discussion with them, then we'll be in a position to move this forward. But hopefully that comes, I was told, as early as October, but there's no definitive date from the vendor at this point.
Following?
And I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Is there any way we can push them? It seems to be a few years now that this has been on the books, and we've been successful, I think, with the bollards. As a matter of fact, I've had a few people reach out since the implementation of more bollards and more people requesting bollards. So I think that there's some real adoption within our communities, and it's been very successful. That being said, I have had a few people say, when are these cameras coming? We've had a few rounds of bollards. They've been successful, but where are the cameras? So if we get a bit of an update, but also push the vendor, because I think I heard the same thing not too many months ago. So.
Any further discussion on this? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And that has carried. You now have a notice of motion for the creation of a working group for the professional health services complex, moved by Councillor Moore, and a seconder for that, please. Councillor Fisher, and I will turn to Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Such an exciting project. The vision of Dr. Gabor, along with the excitement of the community and so many people reaching out that want to help support and get this project off the ground. I know that we have a planning position that's coming up that will be dedicated to special projects, and I know that this will be top of the list. And maybe not creating a formal committee, but a working group, so that if there is opportunity to write to ministries for grant applications, to also help move permitting along, to sort of, let people in the know what and where we are as far as the development goes. The idea of having an urgent care clinic, we have letters of interest from large companies that want to invest in Springwater and want to move their businesses into this medical facility is exciting, but you know, people get impatient too. So I want to show that we are doing everything we can to move this along. So I'm asking to create a working group of a couple of council members. I know Councillor Alexander has offered herself and has showed some interest, but I will also say that if you build it, they will come. And so we will get physicians, we will get specialists, we will get sports injury specialists, physiotherapists. We just have to help get the building constructed. That is my motive.
Councillor Garwood?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and through you to Councillor Moore, more of a comment. I'm in full support of this. I've supported this project right from the get-go. Not to step back onto my soapbox here, but again, we've been advocating for a physician in Springwater, not just Elmvale, Springwater as a whole. We have an excellent space in the Elmvale community, but at the same time, it sits there vacant. And I agree with you. If we build something, we create a community, a medical community. We have that in Springwater. We just need to put the pieces together and provide a physical location, one in the south, one in the north. I think that's a fantastic plan. So I'm in full support. And if you're looking for a third council member, I'll sit on it.
Anything further? Would there be an amendment required for the working group, or is it? Oh, good. Perfect. All right, not seeing anything further. All those in favor? And that is carried. We move on now to notice of motion from Deputy Mayor Cabral. And this is an internal investigation on the boundary mapping. And a seconder for this, please. Councillor Fisher, and I will turn to Deputy Cabral.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Should this be something that should be read in first, or how would you like to handle this?
Yes, please.
Would it be okay if I don't have a written copy like I normally have the agenda when I sit. I'm not there. And I do have another laptop here, but I can't bring it all up on screen. So I'm asking if Clerk Marshall may be able to read it. I know it's lengthy, but if she'd indulge me, that would be appreciated. Or if council wishes, I can try and do it, but it might take a second to cursor down.
No, I offered Clerk Marshall that I could read it, but she has said that she will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. The motion reads, whereas Springwater residents and taxpayers deserve and have an intrinsic right to transparency and accountability from their elected officials, and whereas significant time, expense, and resources have been expended throughout the boundary adjustment process involving the City of Barrie, Springwater Township, Oro-Medonte, and the County of Simcoe, it is the duty of Springwater Council to be responsible, accountable, prudent, and transparent to its residents and taxpayers who deserve to know how their tax dollars are being spent. And whereas neither the mayor of the City of Barrie nor the mayor of Springwater Township possess strong mayor powers in the early winter months of January and February 2023, and it was not until July 1st, 2023 that strong mayor powers were granted to the City of Barrie, and only on May 1st, 2025 did strong mayor powers come to Springwater Township. And whereas in the early winter of 2023, the mayor of Springwater and the mayor of the City of Barrie held discussions regarding a proposed boundary adjustment to accommodate the City of Barrie's desire for additional employment lands. And whereas these boundary adjustment discussions in early winter 2023 also came to include by invitation the Township of Oro-Medonte, and whereas a subsequent scheduled meeting including elected officials from the City of Barrie, Springwater Township, and Oro-Medonte, as well as CAOs and planning staff, and whereas these organized boundary adjustment meetings in early winter 2023 between the City of Barrie, Springwater Township, and the Township of Oro-Medonte were taking place without the knowledge or direction of Springwater Township Council and well before the implementation of strong mayor powers, and whereas the product of these boundary adjustment discussions was mapping that identified specific parcels of land within Springwater Township and the Township of Oro-Medonte proposed to be transferred to the City of Barrie through a boundary adjustment. And whereas Springwater Council had absolutely no knowledge of, involvement in, nor did it provide any direction regarding any boundary adjustment mapping. And whereas Springwater Township Council was provided with boundary adjustment mapping as found on page 15 within the Hempson Report, Joint Land Needs Analysis and Study, Summary of Stage 2 Findings dated December 6, 2024. And whereas public concerns and questions have recently arisen out of the December 11th, 2024 City of Barrie Council meeting during the presentation of the Hempson Report to the City of Barrie Council regarding specific mapping, identified parcels of land, and how they came to be part of the boundary adjustment mapping. And whereas during the City of Barrie Council meeting, statements of clarification were made regarding the City of Barrie's specific request for 2 parcels of Springwater land identified as being along Highway 400 north of Barrie and those surrounding Little Lake. And whereas questions were then raised during the City of Barrie Council meeting as to how other parcels of Springwater land came to be included in the mapping, specifically the Bayfield Street Highway 26 corridor lands, the Sunnydale Road Wilson Road lands, and lands along Highway 90, none of which were requested by the City of Barrie. And whereas it was presented during this meeting and strongly suggested that these parcels of lands were included, put forward by Springwater Township, and whereas Springwater Township Council did not have any role, discussion, or provide any direction to staff regarding the offering or inclusion of any Springwater parcels of land, nor that these lands be included in any mapping provided to the City of Barrie for any boundary adjustment proposal. And whereas it is also understood that as a result of the Mayor of Springwater Strong Mayor bylaw providing the mayor authority to open direct negotiations with the City of Barrie on boundary adjustment, which passed on May 7th, 2025, with more than 1/3 support, mapping was then further developed within the boundary adjustment proposal. And be it resolved that Springwater Council finds it prudent and responsible to provide accountability and full transparency to its residents and taxpayers by posing a number of questions, including but not limited to the following. How did the boundary adjustment mapping come to include parcels of Springwater land that were not requested by the City of Barrie's boundary adjustment respecting expanded employment lands? Why were these additional Springwater lands offered to the City of Barrie as part of the boundary adjustment process? Who authorized these additional Springwater lands to be offered to the City of Barrie and included in the boundary adjustment mapping? Who was responsible for the creation of the boundary adjustment maps and variations thereof prior to May 9th, 2025? Where were these maps developed and created? And further, that Springwater Council believes Springwater residents, taxpayers, and public at large, and Springwater Council itself must have answers to these critical questions publicly. And therefore, Springwater Council resolves to also direct the Springwater IT department to use whatever means at their disposal to locate and examine any graphics, digital mapping, or digital documents available on any Springwater local hard drive, laptop, cloud, or Springwater server as it relates to the City of Barrie boundary adjustment mapping prior to the May 9th, 2025, and to examine the metadata embedded therein, including but not limited to the date, time, and author, and report back to council at its regular meeting on October 15th. And further, that should the Springwater IT department find that it does not possess sufficient technical resources or staffing, a report to this effect be submitted to council at the next regular council meeting with further options for vendors with expertise in the areas of digital data mining, digital trace analysis, and forensic indexing. And further, that the October 15th report include a repository of all documents, including copies of those documents obtained in the search. And should the documents not provide clear answers to the above questions, that staff be directed to include options of suitable forensic auditing firms to complete an investigation into the matters outlined within this resolution.
Deputy Mayor Cabral?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I think the notice of motion, rather lengthy, does speak to the mapping parcels of land that were basically offered to the City of Barrie, but not through a council resolution as a whole. And in addition to that, I'm also curious to know about the meetings in early winter, January, well, it'll be February, I think, with Oro Medonte and City of Barrie that were held off-site, and also the meeting with respect to CAOs and well, the deputy mayors, I believe, were also at that meeting, with exception of one. Springwater Township's deputy mayor was not invited, with the CAOs and planning staff. And I guess my question on that particular piece, Mayor Coughlin, is do you know of any minutes or any notes that were taken at those meetings? Because they would have been, in my opinion, official meetings, since they were municipal meetings with other townships and the city of Barrie. That would be one question I have for you. The second one would be that I would appreciate it if our clerk would be able to reach out to the city of Barrie and also Oro Medonte to see if they might have minutes or notes from those meetings as well, if in fact we don't have any in Springwater Township. And the reason for this is because basically, in a nutshell, I had always been under the impression that the map was generated by the city of Barrie when it was first provided to me. And there have been, as Mayor Nuttall alluded to, some different variations of the map or mapping. There was also concerns about the Hempson report, what map was included in there and where it came from. And also some concerns about a parcel of land that was not included in the mapping that was found in the Hempson report. So that is basically the reason for this resolution, is to find out how that all came to be and try and figure out how those additional parcels of land were pro-offered to the city of Barrie when they only requested lands at the north end, the 400 corridor, and only Little Lake for the conservancy piece. So that's it in a nutshell. The reason for it. You'd like to ask a question, Councillor Thompson? I don't know. Can I? You have to go through the chair.
Yes, that's correct. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So Deputy Mayor Cabral, I don't know if you heard the first part of my presentation about the mapping. Did you hear any of that?
No, I did
Okay.
not. I did
All
not
right.
come back on, and to be quite frank, I did have some communication
Okay.
with our clerk about coming back on, and
So just a couple of questions and comments, and just
go ahead.
to share with you what I know, because when I saw this motion, I picked up the phone and I called Mayor Nuttall to ask him how some of these lands, and I would like to give you his perspective and let you speak to it. But first of all, I mean, this kind of resembles the audit that we recently did on procurement that cost us about $30,000 in taxpayers' money that really didn't turn up anything. So I estimate a forensic audit like this is going to cost more. So I'm guessing between $30,000 and $50,000. And I think the cost to municipalities so far on this
Are
boundary.
you asking me a question, Councillor Thompson, or are you making
Deputy
a
Cabral, he's
statement?
making a statement.
I'm making a
Okay.
statement that'll ask some questions. I think we're well over, municipalities have paid well over $1 million for consultants and legal opinions, and we've got, opposing opinions on either side, and we've invested a lot of money into this so far. So hopefully to save taxpayer money, I picked up the phone and called Mayor Nuttall. So first of all, my perspective for Bayfield Street, we put that on the map when we went to the city of Barrie and asked for cross-border servicing because we had approved 2 MZOs there. So at that point, Barrie put County Road 93 and Little Lake on the map because that's what they wanted in return for cross-border servicing for Bayfield Street. Alex Nuttall told me, and this was confirmed by other people that were in the meeting, that I wasn't in the meeting, that our deputy mayor, you yourself, put Miller on the map because that's something that Barrie wasn't interested in. And it was just, you presented a business proposal that it was hard for us to go and do the
Point of
garbage
order,
pick.
Mayor Coughlin, is Councillor Thompson telling me what I did? Because if he wants to ask a question, he should ask it.
I'm
What he's
just,
creating here,
Deputy
what he's
Cabral.
creating here is a scenario where he is basically accusing me of doing something.
And Deputy Cabral, what would your entire notice of motion this evening be then?
Well, this entire notice of motion is to say, how did
Correct.
these pieces of
I have
property show up
I have
on a
an
map?
excellent,
So if
and I have-
that's his question, let me answer it.
and just as you had a 3-page notice of motion to which no
Yep.
one interrupted, Councillor Thompson has prepared information here that he is reading. And when he
Okay.
is finished reading, as he did earlier this evening, he will have questions. I also
Okay.
have a very easy solution to this as well. At the end of Councillor Thompson, I will propose that.
so Mayor Nuttall was very clear. So I guess my question to you, did you put Miller Drive on the map?
I did not put Miller Drive on the map, nor did I put that other piece of property that went to Partridge Road on the map
I
either.
didn't ask about that. I asked about
Well,
whether,
I'm just letting you know that there was a meeting where that came up. So if you're
So-
going to talk about the meetings, Councillor Thompson, you need to include all of the information.
okay.
And at the
so-
May 21st meeting,
And I'm just going to then again,
Same thing
Deputy
happened
Cabral, if we
then.
could just have decorum and allow a member of council to speak before we interrupt them.
I'm
over.
telling you what my findings were. I called Mayor Nuttall because
Mhm.
and in fact, Mayor Nuttall referred to this area because there's been some consideration or a lot of discussion about what lands was Mayor Nuttall referring to when he said he didn't put all the lands on the map. The township of Springwater put some land, and this was the land that he was referring to, was the Miller Drive. Now you'll notice that that land has come off the map now because the city of Barrie really wasn't interested. The only reason it was on it is because our representatives in that meeting had asked for it to be on the map. The fourth area, which you highlight here, the Wilson and the Sunnydale area, the reason it got on the map was because residents requested it. If you recall, in 2021, a group of investors and developers were presenting a Springwater and Made solution where they were planning on having a Springwater business park. And they were trying to get approval from our council for an MZO.
Mhm.
After they were unsuccessful with that, they approached the city of Barrie on November 6, 2023, and proposed a boundary change with the province. So they approached the province and the city. They petitioned the province and the city of Barrie. So the only reason, according to Mayor Nuttall, that that land was on the map because the residents had gave up hope, or these landowners had gave up hope of developing in Springwater and felt a better future for them was going to be in Barrie. And that's why those lands are on the map.
Mhm. So do you have a question for
Ralph?
me or can I reply now?
I would really be happy for you to reply. I
I'm
guess my
very
question-
happy to reply to you, Councillor Thompson, because if that's the investigation, I would suggest that you should do a better investigation. I was there. As I recall it, council had a meeting where we ended up looking to approach the city of Barrie, who had a resolution in place at that time that they would entertain cross-border servicing. And if I recollect correctly, I think now Mayor Alex Nuttall had actually supported that. And that was the basis for approaching the city of Barrie and asking them about cross-border servicing. That would have been, I'm going to say maybe March, April, in around there of 2023. And the meeting that we went to, it was not about cross-border servicing at all. It ended up being about a boundary adjustment, and eventually a map was produced. I didn't bring that map with me in my back pocket, Councillor Thompson. I believed that it was a map that was produced and drafted by the city of Barrie because that's what ended up happening. Now, when you talk about an MZO, I would suggest you go back to September 2021. Maybe you'd like to review the ministerial zoning order legislation at that time, and you might have a better understanding why in A1 agricultural land and in a green buffer zone that Springwater Township has set aside, and in adjacent to residential housing hamlets in that area, plus Stone Manor, that there was a reason why some members of council did not support that MZO. And that was in September. Now, our policy in Springwater Township is that if you make that type of a presentation, you have to wait 12 months to make it again. Except in this particular case, what ended up happening is it came back in April of 2023. So that didn't make any sense, Councillor Thompson, because it went against the policy and the procedure that the same thing was coming back before council. And it went back and forth more than once. I would suggest maybe you take it upon yourself to watch those meetings. There was also articles in the Springwater News specific to that MZO. There was a letter drafted by one of the developers basically telling council that we'd made an error. What you are suggesting, or what you have just said to me in September of 2023, was that a ministerial zoning order, when they ask for that document, it's because they cannot do what they want to do through the regular planning process. They're looking for an exception to move something forward. So when you're going to bring that up, Councillor Thompson, you need to understand why it was turned down. So what you're saying to me is because those developers did not get their MZO through Springwater Township, that they would automatically say, we want a boundary adjustment so that the city of Barrie will let us build an industrial park in agricultural land in a residential area. That's basically what I'm hearing you say.
I'm going to go follow on Councillor Thompson, and then I do have Councillor Moore.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Deputy Mayor Cabral. And I've got the letter dated November 6, 2023 from the landowners to the city of Barrie and to the province requesting that they be, and that's how your question is, how do these lands get on the map? These got on the map because those landowners lost confidence in developing within
No,
our
I'm going to tell you how they got on the map.
Can I just
No,
finish?
I'm sorry,
You
Councillor
asked me how
Thompson. That's September 2023. Those properties, that block was on a map prior to that. And
Deputy.
at that meeting, I was the one who said that there was an issue with that piece of property. And then the next map, Alex Nuttall, the mayor of the city of Barrie, produced, did not have that on it. So now you're saying that later on in 2023, they sent a letter to the city of Barrie and they sent a letter to the provincial government to say that we want all of our lands annexed into the city of Barrie because it's advantageous for them. Doesn't change my motion or my resolution at all, Mayor.
And that's completely fine. Those were points made. I do have Councillors Moore, Alexander Fisher, and I do believe
Just
that I
one
have
follow on, Mayor Coghlan. This letter that Councillor Thompson has produced, is that a document that the Township of Springwater has? Because I've never seen it. And the province, I don't believe, ever reached out to us to say that they'd given it, that they were entertaining that either.
It must be a conspiracy.
Okay,
Thompson.
whatever you say, Mayor Coghlan.
If you recall, the city of Barrie made a presentation to the standing committee, and it was like 50 pages. All this information was in that presentation, and it was public. It was made available to all of us. And there was many Springwater residents that wrote letters in support of the boundary adjustment and in support of being in the city of Barrie. To me, it was alarming to me at the time. And again, according to Mayor Nuttall, that is why that parcel of land is on the map, is because all of these residents petitioned the city of Barrie and petitioned the province because they were getting nowhere in Springwater. Their words, again, not my words. I'm just trying to find out the answer. Their words, they were being stonewalled by Springwater. Now, I think it was it's
Counselor Thompson, because they didn't.
And again,
get their
Deputy Cabral, as you would be
MZO,
much aware,
is that what
the
we're
decorum
talking
of this
about?
chamber and
They
the
didn't get
procedural
their
bylaws that is
MZO in
supported by
Springwater
comments from the
Township, so
mayor
that makes it
and the
okay
chair.
for them to ask for a boundary adjustment. That's what
And
you're
again,
saying.
because something that you hear isn't something you agree with, doesn't make it wrong. Because someone disagrees with you, if we only needed, that's why we're here. We're here to work together, to listen to each other, to absorb information and to find a solution. It's a compromise essentially together. I have Councillor Moore, Alexander and Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I would like to address the Wilson Sunnydale corridor, if I may, because what you're alluding to was circumstances that happened when I was on council. You were not on council and you didn't watch the videos. So I'm going to give you the dates right now and all of our township so they can go back and watch exactly what happened. At the time, MZOs barely existed. We really didn't even understand what an MZO entailed. We put in a policy in place. Director Spagnell and I worked hard to develop a protocol for MZOs after that because there wasn't anything for us to follow. You know, that took about 3 months. Had the developers come back and asked for us to reconsider, then possibly 3 months later, it could have been done. But that didn't happen. So we did institute a great protocol that not only we follow today, the province follows today. They didn't have a protocol at the time. I'm going to read this because I've listened to your presentation twice. I'm going to go to September 1st, 2021. It was 5.1. The delegation was the decision. The decision was on the delegation, which is the presentation you spoke of, decision to move to Simcoe County to include within the municipal comprehensive review, later denied by the county and sent back to the township to sort out. The motion to amend that was passed unanimously. Allen, Coughlin, Hannah, Ritchie, Cabral, Ma Chapman, and Moore. April 6, 2022, the delegation was pulled prior to the meeting. I was not present for that session of council. The info report 9.5, full discussion had by council where motion to defer the information report related to this matter was defeated. The votes for was Allen, Coughlin, and Ma Chapman. The votes against were Hannah, Cabral, and Ritchie. April 20, 2022, the delegation was pulled once again prior to the meeting. I did not have a conversation with any of the developers on this day, nor did they call me. The motion to discuss the Greenbelt buffer zone for and to really appreciate and respect previous councils as well as this council. Moore, Cabral, Perry, and Hannah. Against was Ma Chapman, Allen, and Coughlin. The MZO application on that day, we in fact is when we then, same meeting, went on to create the policy that was finalized in 3 months because of that application. We are in a much better position today. So when MZOs are brought to us, a lot of the work is done. A lot of the validation has been done. So I would say, and that motion for that MZO protocol was passed unanimously. Allen, Coughlin, Hannah, Perry, Cabral, Ma Chapman, and Moore. And so because of that, we are, like I say, in a much better position. And those residents that you say, many, many residents, many, many landowners, never came back. We're going to talk about missed opportunities, I would say. There probably were, but at the same time, the most recent Hemson report that was published also stated that that area is prime agricultural land. Nope, the first.
I'm just going to caution as we were making discussions this evening, just to be mindful of the facilitated process. So you're good?
Yep,
perfect.
just
Thank
stage
you.
1 clearly stated that that land is, if anything, residential land, to respect the large agricultural operations that reside right next door and the large residential subdivisions like Stone Manor that are right next door. So I take exception to you pulling out this letter and trying to undermine previous council decisions and just respect the fact that this is what happened.
Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Alexander.
Thank you for that education, Councillor Moore. My intent here is to answer Deputy Mayor Cabral's question as to how this land got on the map. This land got on the map because these, for whatever reason, These developers and landowners lost confidence in the process of the Township of Springwater. We got a letter in June 2024 from Brian Smith that really outlined it. Their story is very different than the story that you present.
This is my reply.
All right. Okay. I'm just saying,
I will send it
I
to
am
you.
told by the city of Barrie and by these developers, this is why that land is on the map. Springwater didn't give them the land, and I guess in a roundabout way we did, because we didn't take advantage of the opportunity from their perspective when we had it. And I'm just sharing with you the information that I was told this week.
I'm going to continue to go round table and provide everybody an opportunity to speak. If you do have a comment or question on someone's statement, please do write it down so that we can prevent maybe some of the back and forth. Councillor Alexander, Fisher, Deputy Cabral.
Okay, I'll try and keep this short. I think there's a couple things here. One, I would hope that you would go to our staff to figure out the facts of what happened when we weren't on council versus the mayor of the city that's trying to annex our land. I feel like there's many resolutions, written minutes that will clearly state the facts that happened. I was not on council then either, so I have some idea, but I certainly don't know the facts because I wasn't there. The facts that I do know is that map changes. There's been at least 3 or 4 iterations of that map. The goalposts continuously change, and we don't have visibility into why they're changing. And if you think that anytime a group of developers wants to develop on our agricultural land, which does not meet our planning process, we should just hand it over to them in case they go to ask to get it annexed, I have a huge problem with that. We are here to represent Springwater, the agricultural lands, and ensure that the developments that are here, we have good planning process around them. We do not bend to any given developer that comes and asks for that land. If we're not going to give it to them, then they are going to go to the city of Barrie or the province and ask for it to be annexed. And I'm not saying that's what happened. That's what you're saying happened. But if that's what you think is what we should be doing, we are barely on the same planet.
Councillor Thompson, I'm going to just ask that we allow everyone to make their statements and then just vote on it because, well, sorry, Councillor Fisher.
I'll make it short. I'm having a hard time, Councillor Thompson, understanding how something that happened last term is being used to answer why there's behind our backs a map adjustment now. I don't really get the justification. I also have to say, much to what Councillor sorry, it's been a long night, but we can't kowtow to the developers. If they band together, or landowners, if they band together and say that that they want a boundary adjustment, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, right? They don't dictate the maps to us. So I have a hard time drawing the comparison between what happened last term and how that justifies this mystery map that Alex Nuttall was talking about. So.
Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Again, I will keep it brief. I'm going to choose to stay moving forward and not rehashing the same conversation that I think we've had all night already. I understand the notice of motion here speaks to internal resources and, if not sufficient, external. So I'm going to ask a question, and then I do have a couple things I wanted to mention. So through yourself to CAO Ainsworth, is there a estimated cost? I know there's been dollars that have been thrown out there, but associated with a firm like this, and has the Township of Springwater gone out to tender or brought these services online previously in the past in regard to this type of an audit?
CAO Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Staff have not done any research into what the cost of this would be. As far as the piece for retrieving the data, that in speaking with our manager of IT, that can be done in-house. It's anything subsequent to that, any investigation into the matter, piecing the data together to see maybe how everything unfolded. That is where we would need external resources. Costing has not been investigated at this point.
Follow on?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And again, and thank you, CEO Ainsworth, for that information. I'm assuming whatever cost associated, it would be extensive. Not understanding, of course, what that might be at this time. What I do know is that the goalposts have changed multiple times. That is not new information. There has been multiple offers, multiple presentations, multiple maps. We receive a new report weekly that is then peer reviewed and disputed by somebody else the next day. Again, I understand that residents might be confused because I've admitted at this table multiple times, I'm confused. Of course, I have questions as to how a map got created, but again, I don't do so with an accusatory undertone. I don't believe that anyone at this table, nor our staff, has done anything wrong during this process. We might have a difference in direction and opinion and an end goal, but I don't see there being a underlying concern here. Again, items from this notice of motion that I do agree with. Of course, we should be transparent with our community, especially as a council. How expenses are spent, yes, the public should be aware of them and we should be mindful of that, especially as we keep undergoing different audits. Responsible, accountable. I'm just pulling all of these words that flowed through this notice of motion that I do agree with. When I also look at the internal review, fine, I believe all of our information that we have as members of council is public record anyway. So there should be at any time a request that can come forward and gather that information. Again, I don't see that as a bad thing. What I see as concerning from my perspective, and again, I'm not interested in having a big argument about this as we've already done, but is the fact that this motion, in my perspective, and mine only, to me seems as if it's angled towards one person on council, understanding that that one person has been carrying this, as we all have, but significantly, as the head of council, and that is the role. I respect that. But at the same time, I don't envy the mayor. I wouldn't want to be in her seat, and I wouldn't want to have these conversations, but I'm glad she is. And I'm glad she's not afraid to fight back and to push when necessary. These are uncomfortable conversations to have. Yes, but I don't see the importance of playing politics. So I'm happy to have staff review this information internally. But again, at what point are we going to keep spending money on something that this council, we know, we have received information. And again, I hate saying that and not being able to say what that is, but that is the box that we are in through the facilitation process. We have days. I said this earlier this meeting. We have days, not weeks, not months, not years, days until a deadline is coming forward. And this council has received information in which, trying to be mindful here, we need to be truthful with our residents when we are speaking to them. While this is what it is not going to support us through this matter. We spend our time and our effort and our staff resources fighting each other. We have an opportunity here. We should be discussing, looking at what our neighbor that's also negotiating with the city of Barrie is doing right now. They might not want to do it and they might not be happy about it, but they're doing it. They're doing it. They're participating. They have questions. They provide responses. They give counter offers. All of those things that we have never done. Not once in 2 years have we signed back on something. So again, I'm not going backwards. I am not here. It is 11 o'clock at night. No one needs to hear me on my soapbox here for another 10 minutes. But I need to say my piece that there are significant concerns with the undertone that I read here. Again, with all due respect.
Yeah, and before we decide if we're going to keep going, I have not had an opportunity to speak to this yet. Deputy Cabral, I've made 4 quick notes. This is not meant for argument sake. I'm not looking to go line by line through your notice of motion. The first one, I just want to make sure that I heard very clear this evening when you said, I did not offer Miller Drive. Could you elaborate on that, please?
I certainly will. I certainly will. When the map was produced to me and that parcel at Sunnydale Road and Wilson was on it, I questioned that. And my comments were along the lines of that is A1 agricultural land. It's in the green buffer zone that we have here in Springwater Township. And there was an MZO request there that council turned down at the day. And I myself would not be able to have anything to do with any kind of. And then I said, if you were
Miller Drive.
actually, I'm getting to that, Mayor Coughlin, you need the full context. I didn't say put Miller Drive in anywhere. What I said is if you're going to be considering any kind of industrial areas up in the north or anything, you want to be near the highway and you want an industrial area. And I said Highway 90 would make more sense if that's what you wanted to do. I didn't say put it on the map. I didn't say this is something that I want to give to you. And that's a decision that council as a whole would be making, not myself. And at that meeting, when Alex, Mayor Nuttall, said that I drew a line up at the north end to stretch it out a little bit further, I had to tell him that was not me. As a matter of fact, I didn't even want to speak about that meeting because I thought those meetings were a little bit more, what's the word I'm using? Confidential. So I did allude to Highway 90, but certainly not to say to anybody, put that in your map.
And so at no time did you speak to your experience when working for the township and the operational
The
consequences
Miller Drive piece.
of Miller Drive?
Yeah,
Okay.
that it
Thank
didn't
you.
make
So
sense.
because
in that.
earlier this evening you said you did not. So just for clarification, thank you for that. The second was that Springwater Council has not been provided an option or provided direction. And I just want to make the point that it's very difficult to provide a counter offer or provide any direction when we simply do not receive information.
I'm sorry,
need to receive it.
where does it say that?
Deputy Cabral, I'm just making, I said you didn't want to go line by one.
No, I don't, I'm not even going line by line. I don't recall putting anything in there about a counter offer.
The other question I have for you is that for this not to be taken as a personal attack or vendetta against myself, would it not be better then if we're going to take all this effort and time also to include all members of council and all external influences as to the decision-making process, as there's been numerous notices of motion at this council table that have taken the direction of the negotiations at the table, not at the table, cross-border servicing, not cross-border servicing, only supporting MZOs if they're here. So why don't we look into how those came to be as well as part of that process? Because it
Mayor Coughlin.
Deputy Cabral, I would ask that you afford me the same respect I do to you when
Okay.
you.
Agreed.
I would then suggest that we include all external influences, all developers, development community in the process. Because this notice of motion here, in my opinion, and again, I will state in my opinion, is nothing more than a personal attack and a personal vendetta. And the suggestion to use taxpayers' dollars where it states off that who
Mayor
deserves
Coughlin, point of order. This is an accusatory remark that you're making. You're the mayor. You're the one that went to the meetings. None of us were at those meetings. Who else can I put on the agenda about how the map got produced when I wasn't at any of the meetings? You
Correct.
were the mayor at the meetings.
And you were also at meetings as well. And just because I attend a meeting without you there doesn't mean it's a secret meeting.
Oh, you know what? You're making it into a conspiracy. It's not.
I am,
just
and
want
I
to know
have
how
a
the
final
map came
solution.
about. I think the
Deputy
residents have a
Cabral?
right to the
Yes, they do.
truth. And that's
Absolutely,
what
but
it's
not
about.
not at the expense of taxpayers. So I'm going to make a suggestion, and one that I think that could end this quite soon. And one that this is not a statement or a jab. This is a decision. This is a conversation I've had with my husband, and I am tired of sitting at this table and having my integrity, my process, my goodwill, my oath of office be questioned. And just because you say something over and over again doesn't make it true. So Deputy Cabral, I will suggest to you that, great, let's do a forensic audit. But when that report comes back and it says that I've done something wrong, I'll pay for it. But when it comes back and approves again, just like the FOIs, just like the Integrity Commission reports, just like everything else that has been put forward and against me and comes up clean because there's nothing to find, you pay for it, not the taxpayers, because the taxpayers are not asking for this, you
Mayor
are.
Coughlin, the taxpayers have a right to the truth. That's what this is about. I never went behind council's back to meetings about boundary adjustments. I wasn't at those meetings. So, and in respect of the mapping, I just want to answer Councillor Thompson's question. He talks about September, the Sunnydale Road, Wilson lands were in the map prior to that, Councillor Thompson, prior to that.
Council, I do believe that everyone has had an opportunity to speak to this. I believe that I have provided a solution. I've asked for this amendment to be made to incorporate all members of council. Otherwise, this is a personal attack. And that it's not just been my actions that have paved the course that we have gone and we've walked through this entire 2-year negotiation. So if we want to actually see how this council was influenced, let's do it all.
Mayor Coughlin, I would just like to point out that at the very beginning, if Springwater Township and whoever it was who drew up the map simply offered to negotiate with the properties and the lands that Mayor Nuttall had requested, we wouldn't have been dragging this on for 2 years. We would have been able to probably deal with that before we started worrying about these other parcels and how they got on the map. And that's what the residents want to know. All of a sudden, there's all these other parcels of property on the map. Well, who put them there?
Thank you very much, Deputy Cabral. At this time, council, unless there's a desire for every member of council to have another opportunity to speak, as chair, I cannot call the vote. Yes, I can actually. No.
Call the vote.
Oh, there we go. Right. And I'm not reading this again. So, council, we have this moved and seconded by councilors Cabral and Fisher. And recorded vote. Unless there's amendments to be made to the funding or the all-encompassing, but we're just gonna, I don't see it.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. A recorded vote has been called on the deputy mayor's notice of motion. I've read it aloud once. When I call your name, please state yes or no. Councillor Garwood.
No.
Councillor Alexander.
Yes.
Councillor Thompson.
No.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Fisher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cabral.
Yes.
And Mayor Coughlin.
No.
That carries.
Councillor Moore, would you like to submit the notice of motion to the clerk in time for our next meeting, so we don't need that, nope, it was the water. Yes, perfect. Just that will remind us. Any other notices of motion? Any other items for future consideration? Bylaws. May I have a mover and seconder to apply the bylaws, please? I have councillors Alexander and Garwood, and I do need to read them. I can't say all encompassed. All right. These are appointments for provincial offenses officers, and housekeeping. I'm just going to read the numbers. If council wants anything further clarified, I'd be happy to do so. That bylaws listed here and be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk, 2025-058, 2025-059, which will repeal 2013, 2023, 2025-060 to repeal 2022-008, 2025-061, to repeal 2024-102, 2025-062 to repeal 2025-039, 2025-063 to repeal 2022-091, 2025-064 amended 2024-076, 2025-065 to appoint our clerk, 2025-066 to appoint the deputy clerk, 5,410 ZB 2025-004 of 2774 Old Second South. Any comments or questions on these? All those in favor? Conformatory bylaw, please, mover and seconder, Councilors Moore and Thompson. That bylaw 2025 of 067 to confirm and adopt the proceedings of council at the regular meeting held on September 3rd, 2025, listed here and be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. All those in favor? And that has carried. An adjournment, please. May I have a mover and seconder? Councilors Garwood and Alexander, that the regular meeting of the Township of Springwater does now adjourn at 10:54 p.m. to meet again in regular session on September 17th at 6:30 p.m. All those in favor? And that has carried. Thank you.